I know it seems a little silly, but we really have to wait until 5:30 on the dot. So 2 more minutes, folks. Thanks. So we went to. All right, everybody, it is that time. It is 5:30, and I will go ahead and open up this regularly scheduled board meeting of the Glendora Unified School District. Sorry, I really don't like that gavel. I know Robin does. Before we move on to the public comment regarding closed session for this evening, Dr. DeGrazia has asked me if I would let him say a few words, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you, President Reuter. Ooh, that microphone is definitely on. It's hot, so I apologize. But I would like to recommend to the Board of Education, to President Reuter and the rest of the members of the board, that for further study, review, and discussion, and to bring back to the board at a later date, that we pull items 11.3, 11.4, 11.5, and actually 11.6 as well. I know 11.3, 4, and 5 are related. We will certainly have further discussion, review, and study. Closed session will be the first discussion in regards to that tonight and into the future. We'll bring all those items, including 11.6, back at a future date for your consideration. 11.6 has to do with an MOU, student teaching agreement with Pepperdine University, that we want to ensure is in alignment with our other student teaching agreements at other universities, that the needs of our student teachers and the needs of our teachers are met in that MOU. So we do want to pull that one as well tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
So, Madam President, I'll make a motion to do such a thing. So, Madam President, I will make a motion to do just that.
I think we have to wait until we get into open session to adopt the agenda.
But for consideration in closed session.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we have to have a vote on it? I don't think we do.
If you have a motion.
Yeah, just we can vote on it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Okay, that being said, thank you very much, Dr. Grazia. I appreciate that to start off. We sincerely welcome all of you here tonight. We have received many thoughtful and respectful emails on the topic that is before us this evening. And we have responded in kind by pulling these items at this time for further consideration and research. That being said, we welcome you all, the speaker cards that I have here, up to the podium. If given this information, you don't feel like you want to use your time as a speaker, just say no thanks. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. And there is a 20-minute time limit per topic. We do want to hear from all of you. Just please be considerate of the people that are going behind you so that we can, in fact, recess into our closed session and begin these conversations. So I'm going to read the name of who's coming up first and the person that's coming behind them so that we can keep things moving. With the gavel? I don't. Yeah, we're moving on to public comment. I'm not gaveling, that's Robin's. All right, we're going to start with Kathy Webb and Carmen, I think it's Duran. I'm sorry, I can't quite read the handwriting. So Kathy first and Carmen next, please.
Hi, good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion and to be heard. I can't stay silent any longer, even at the risk of retaliation. The following are my concerns and my opinions. And I'm going to modify it just a little bit. And I appreciate the fact that you have pulled this. But my first bullet point was that I believe this contract from and for Ms. Vacker, in my opinion, was intentionally planned to be slipped through the cracks while our new superintendent was focused on his family, as he should have been, while our two new assistant superintendents were being transitioned into their positions, and while we have 3 sub-assistant superintendents in HR. This contract change is 100% self-serving to pad her retirement by gaining $50,000 plus per year for her last 3 years of service. This change is being made, or would have been made, on the backs of our staff. And it's time that we start respecting the people who do hard work in this district. The disrespect has got to stop. All we have heard for the last 2 years is we have no money, we have no money, we have no money to fill needed positions, for stipends. Yet, her department is fully staffed and always is, and actually created a new position. I'm saddened that just when our community and district were healing and gaining trust back, Ms. Vacker single-handedly blew that up over the weekend. We are back at square one, and unfortunately, it reflects on all of you. Guilt by association. I want to say that for everybody to hear that she was hired by our last unsuccessful superintendent, is a close family friend and godparent to that person's daughter. Birds of a feather. A CBO is not a doctorate, and it shouldn't be treated as one. A 1-year certificate versus 3 years plus, it's not even close. The 3 assistant superintendent positions are equal in power and have their own expertise in their own departments.
Thank you very much.
Stop trying to run all the departments.
I have Carmen, and then after Carmen, Bruce Bolton.
Good evening, my name is Carmen Duran, and mine is just a question in regards to a job study that was given to us for us to fill out everything that had to do with our job. And a lot of us not only did we get our job descriptions practically like demoted, they've changed everything. We want to know who made that decision, who was allowed to just change that. That was just my question.
Thank you. Bruce Bolton is up, and then after Bruce, Denise Rojas.
Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. DeGrazia. The first thing that I would like to say is congratulations to my brothers and sisters of CSEA 247. This is your first action where you have actually come together and shown a display of force about something you were convicted over, and I have to compliment you on that. I also want to acknowledge our esteemed teachers that are in the room showing their support for an issue. The question that I have for the next 2 minutes, 15 seconds is about the Personnel Commission. And there are 3 questions. I'll read them off first, and then I'll explain why they are important. Can we look forward to an independent commission? Can we get a categorical, non-sweepable commission budget? And can we have a personnel director in charge of hiring classified employees? The reason that this is important, the budget for the commission is the one that should have been taking care of this wage study this time. The commission would be overseeing the whole process of the wage study and its steps and payments, and the commission would be the final approval of it to give to you as the board. The other part is, as far as the independent commission, they are regulated by the Ed Code to have their own area provided by the district, and then have the personnel director, who would be in the crack of the table, being able to advise not only the district but the classified employees as to items that are going on during negotiations. It's a really great situation to have the personnel director and the independent commission, and I would like to advocate that strongly. And I appreciate your time this evening, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Denise Rojas, and then Leticia Llamas? Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name is Denise Rojas. I am the current president for CSEA Chapter 247. I want to thank you all for pulling items 11.3, 11.4, and 11.5, and thank you for reading my email that I sent to each and every one of you. It was brought to our attention that Ms. Vacker had put these items on the agenda, and it's not fair to our classified staff, who you can see are in support through wearing blue today. If you looked at all of our campus, I asked them all to wear blue today, and that is why they are wearing blue, for support and unity of our chapter. And in our decision for this, I just want it to be known that if you do bring it back to the table, our classified employees were given a job study through Ewing, which you've all heard about. They gave us 13 districts to be compared to, and that is the comparison that I sent to each and every one of you. Ms. Vacker should be held to that same accountability of those 13 districts, and you are right in the middle, just like Ewing said we should be right in the middle. That's where your pay should be. And it's ridiculous that you're trying to get longevity for something that you're not part of this district. You're barely here a year and a half. We have people that have been here for 20 plus years, 30 plus years, and they don't even get that. I would like the board to also know that every raise that we as classified employees or that GTA as teachers get, Ms. Vacker also gets. So since her 1.5 years here, she's already had a 7% raise from the 178 that she started with. She's already up past 191 plus. And for the item 11.4, as far as Jen Prince's step 1, I think that first off, this new salary schedule needs to be dumped completely, because that's ridiculous that you're trying to give yourself an even higher raise. Being on that old salary schedule, I think Ms. Prince deserves to be at a higher rate. Ms. Vacker came in on step 5 with no experience in business. You're saying you had your boards, your trustee boards, which that's great, but there's 5 people on that board, 4 people and a student. There's no personal experience, and if you look at the comparison chart, you'll see that every single superintendent, assistant superintendent of business has worked their way through fiscal and knows how to do the paperwork of fiscal. Ms. Vacker can't help with that, so I'm just asking that you please reconsider even an extension of the contract. She was extended a contract on 6/22 of a year. Let her prove herself in that year before extending it further. Thank you so much for all that you guys do, and I appreciate you pulling those items.
Thank you very much, Leticia, and then Karina.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Leticia Llamas. I am a kitchen manager at the Goddard site. I have been working for this district 15 years. For the last 2 months, the district has been trying, as well as Ms. Vicar, to reduce my hours by 10 hours a week. 10 hours that I contractually earned based on what I worked for the last 2 years. The reason I am, I'm sorry, the district is not. So the district is telling me that the reason that they want to reduce my hours is because there is no money to fund my 2 hours a day, 10 hours a week, which comes out to $23 an hour. When I found out that Ms. Vicar is requesting a raise of 64%, $77,991, I want to know how it is that for an employee of myself, there are no funds to fund my 2 hours that I earned. But there is money in the budget for such a large increase. I am flabbergasted and disheartened. I've been here 15 years, and she has been here 1.5 years. And I think that you really do need to consider if that is fair. And I understand that her position is different than mine. I respect that, and I respect everybody in their position. Also, I am a taxpayer in this city. I pay taxes that come to this district. So I want the taxes to be used properly. There are a lot of teachers, a lot of employees, and a lot of students who would do much better with the money that she is requesting. Thank you.
Karina Aguilar and Suzanne Dykstra.
Good evening, Superintendent DeGrazia, Board President Elizabeth Ruder, and trustees. GOSD is the lowest paying district for teachers and classified staff in the San Gabriel Valley. Despite this, items number 11.3 and 11.5, which thankfully you pulled from the board agenda, are to raise the salaries of the superintendent and assistant superintendents and to amend the contract for the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Tracy Backer. The raise for Tracy Backer would go from $191,000 to $232,000. The clause to include longevity stipends for K through 12 service in the district and outside of the district to the tune of 2 levels at 5% each, compounded, is very unethical. No other district does this. This longevity clause would add an additional $23,000+ to one Assistant Superintendent, Tracy Backer, who has been in our district less than 2 years. Her total salary with this increase will have raised 67% in less than 2 years at Glendora Unified School District. There have been no studies or comparisons done with other districts, so it seems there is no foundation for this increase. This raise alone will be more than most employees in GOSD make in a year. Personally, my salary has gone up 5%. That's not even the amount of the cost of living increase. These items were on the agenda while there were strong rumors circulating of teacher layoffs next year due to declining enrollment. Our classified staff has been waiting for the results of a wage study for over a year. Employee costs for health care are through the roof and have negated any pay increase that we may get. There are numerous key positions throughout the district that have also been vacant for over a year because the district is refusing to fill them at the guidance of Tracy Bacar. This work is being absorbed into other positions, causing employees to be overworked and grossly underpaid. My comments are not meant to be disrespectful, but as an employee of this district, I feel completely disrespected, and this feels like a slap in our faces. Most of us have ties to this community and care very deeply for our students and the future of this district. If it does come back to the board agenda, please vote no on this motion or pull it again from the agenda completely. Take care of your staff and students first. We are the backbone of this district.
Hello, most of you know me up here, but for those of you who do not, I am Suzanne Dykstra. I am a teacher in this district, and I have been for 25+ years. I am married to a gentleman that has been a teacher in this district for over 30 years. That's what I call longevity. I wasn't going to come up after you decided to table this, so I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you taking your time and putting more consideration into where we're putting our monies and how we're spending it, and just putting more thought into it. So I'm not going to keep you long because I will be back if this comes back to the table. But I just wanted to say a little something. All of my friends in blue out here encouraged me. I was going to not say anything, but I just want to thank you for tabling that. We really appreciate it.
Those are all the speaker cards that I have right now, but I will do the same thing that I do every meeting. If there's anybody else that would like to take a turn, you've got about 2 minutes left on that 20-minute timer. I would let people speak. But is there anybody else who would like to speak at this time? Okay.
Waving to somebody.
Okay. All right. Good.
Somebody in the back.
Okay, great. At this time, at 5:50, we will now recess it back into our closed session, and we will be back out here at 7 p.m. for open session. We thank you all sincerely for coming and speaking with us tonight. Okay, everybody, we'll just move right along. Welcome. I love a full house. Thank you all for being here this evening. I'd like to reconvene this regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting Monday, March 13th at 7:06 p.m. Let the record reflect that all members are present this evening. If I could ask you all to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much for that. Report of action taken in closed session. Ooh, sorry. The Board of Education is very pleased to announce, with a motion by Mr. Clifford, seconded by Mr. Lopez, with a unanimous vote, has appointed Mr. Eric Osborne to be the next Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services. It's so lucky to have you all here so that he can get this round of applause that he deserves. At the next regular board meeting, the board will approve an employment agreement with our new Assistant Superintendent of Personnel Services. Congratulations to Eric Osborne. That was the only action that we took in closed session this evening. We'll move right along. Before we adopt the agenda, thank you very much, nice try. Before we adopt the agenda, Dr. DeGrazia would like to say a few words to everyone here and out in TV land.
Thank you, President Reuter, members of the board. As was referenced prior to us going into closed session, it is my recommendation as the superintendent that we pull items 11.3, 11.4, 11.5, and 11.6 under the consent items for personnel services for further study, review, and discussion. After such review, we will then, once prepared, fully prepared, we'll bring these items back at a future date for your consideration. 11.6 is not tied whatsoever to 11.3, 11.4, 11.5. It does reference the student teaching agreement for Pepperdine University. We just want to ensure that it is equal to those of other universities and offers our student teachers and our teachers the same services and efforts that others present. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those words and that direction, Dr. DeGrazia. With those words, may I please have a motion to adopt the amended agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved by Mr. Clifford and seconded by Mrs. Merkley. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The agenda is adopted as amended. Welcome. Like I said, I love having a full house. Thank you all for coming this evening. A special welcome to the dais to Dr. Jennifer Prince. And we have with us tonight as our Human Resources Specialist, Mr. Richard Tower. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to move right along, and our board recognition tonight is going to be, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. DeGrazia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it is very nice to have this crowd to present to you formally and in recognition of her being named the permanent Glendora High School principal, Miss Jamie Norell. Jamie, can I have
Thank you, Dr. DeGrazia, President Reuter, and the GOSD Board of Trustees. I am honored to be the next principal of Glendora High School. With me here this evening are the four amazing men in my life. First is my husbandship. Oh my gosh, already? He's been a tremendous support and learned way more about high school than I think he ever wanted. He has searched prom buses. He has driven a van full of cross-country runners to Mammoth on multiple occasions. work snack bar. I won't tell you how many times he helped me grade papers. He's entered scores, and he's even, this is the most impressive, finally learned the difference between Michelle Ashley, Ashley Fallon, and Michelle Rickstad. That's a tough one. Next to him is our youngest son, Nicholas, who is a 7th grader at Goddard Middle School. Next to him is our middle son, Jack, who's a senior at Glendora High School. And with him is our oldest son, Trey, who is a junior at Oregon and taking what he promised to be a very, very quick break for studying for finals right now. So, well, Dominic told me I had about a minute for every year of service, so sit right back. But seriously, even if I had that 27 minutes, I could never express to you the gratitude and appreciation I have for being a part of the Glendora Unified School District. Throughout my tenure, I have been fortunate to have met some highly talented students and watched them mature and excel. Through those students, I have met their equally amazing families, many of whom I have now been fortunate to call friends, who have contributed endless hours and resources to our campus and its programs. Finally, I am lucky to have worked with some of the best in the business, the most talented and compassionate educators. I have witnessed as a colleague and as a parent how they have pivoted from California state standards to Common Core and NGSS, from traditional math to integrated math. I've even watched our campus move from a digital high school that included a giant TV and VCR in the corner of our classroom to in virtually days, turning their entire curriculum and instructions online. They have done this all while keeping kids at the center of their why and finding time to laugh and enjoy being on campus daily. I'm also keenly aware of and grateful for the leaders who have come before me. They have taught me the tremendous importance of tradition and culture, while also challenging staff to continue to build on our academic and extracurricular excellence. I'm excited to start this next chapter with these group of people by my side, keeping students first and growing to an even greater heights. I am so grateful to be a Tartan. Thank you.
While she's organizing her family into the by height or whatever order that they choose to go in, while they're doing that, I do also just want to say again for the record that Mrs. Norell is the first female principal at Glendora High School, and we're thrilled about it. Okay. You're doing good with that orchid there. You're responsible for that. You got to keep it alive. Okay. All right. We are going to move on to the next agenda item here, and that is public comment. Speakers may address the Board of Education on non-agenda and agenda items. Board policy requires that public presentations to the board comply with the procedures on the agenda. And really the biggest thing that I want to remind everybody of is you have 3 minutes, and there's a clock right over here above Mrs. Cornelius's head. We only have a few comment cards this evening, so I will call up the first person and ask the second person to be ready, please. Brianna Kohler, and then Carrie Mangana.
Good evening, board members. My name is Brianna Kohler, and I'm the Labor Relations Representative for CSEA Glendora Chapter 247. It's really nice to meet you all, and I'm honored here to speak in advocacy of the hardworking classified employees of Glendora Unified. I'm here tonight to speak on the optics of the removed items pertaining to the raises of executive cabinet and on the board of agenda. That really painted a strange picture for classified employees, and that feeling of disrespect unfortunately won't be removed as quickly as the agenda items were pulled. I'm just going to operate under the hopeful assumption that you, as the board members of this district, maybe just didn't know what's occurring in the classified realm of the district, and I'm happy to inform you. The interim assistant superintendent, thank you. The interim assistant superintendents of HR approached us regarding a reduction in hours that will impact 6 nutrition service workers in this district. This was a negotiable decision with CSEA, and we chose to negotiate this matter. There was a claim made by the district that there was a significant lack of funds which warranted this action. And the only corrective action to take was to reduce the hours of these employees. Somehow these 6 nutrition service workers, probably the hardest working employees in this district and one of the lowest paid on the salary schedule, were breaking the bank. When we asked for a breakdown of these finances, none of your district's negotiating team could provide us those answers. And then on the board agenda tonight, we saw ample raises to the executive cabinet salary, including an $80,000 raise to the chief of business, the person that couldn't give us a breakdown of the claim of the lack of funds, warranting the proposed reduction of hours. We saw on that board agenda that the CBO's raise was for equity. I hope that when this board acts to maintain equity in the future, it's not on the backs of your hardworking classified employees. Thank you.
After Mrs. Mangana, it will be Douglas Granquist, please.
Good evening, Board. My name is Carrie Mangana, and I am here representing members in our community. And I'll kind of just I understand now that item of the agenda has been tabled, but I still want to read some concerns. Ms. Backer feels entitled to a significant pay raise of over $50,000, all while extending her contract to 2026. Perhaps what's most shocking about this is she now feels entitled to longevity increments, even though she's only been employed by the district since August 2021. This is not only a slap in the face to those who've worked in this district, but also it is setting a fiscally irresponsible precedent in GOSD to anyone else who comes and wants the same. What is her payout for those increments? Is it equitable to those who've been loyal to this district? Rumors have been circulating of layoffs for teachers and staff due to declining enrollment. The LAO has also warned the state legislature should plan for a larger budget problem in 23-24 due to tax revenue deficit. Does this justify a significant pay raise solely to her at the expense of teachers and our students, especially our good teachers? 2 things to keep in mind here. She was hired by De Leon as they worked together in Fontana. I don't know if any of you knew, but they worked together in Fontana. And we are still paying for De Leon to the tune of salary and benefits totaling over $425,000 in 2021, according to Transparent California. The fact that the agreement wasn't posted on the agenda is a red flag in itself. Instead, we had to email for it. Nope. This isn't transparent, and you know it. This speaks volumes to the true character of district admin that would bring this kind of personal selfishness to be considered. Her timing is priceless. After all the issues the GOSD has gone through, this request should be slapped down and a reprimand be considered as to her future with the district. She definitely has a similar pedigree to her former mentor. The community doesn't need another pot stirrer.
Good evening, Board. The members of Glendora Teachers Association would like to express concern over an item currently pulled from tonight's original agenda regarding a proposed salary increase to the district executive cabinet salary schedule. Through salary schedule changes and proposed longevity compensation, members of the district executive board could see as much as a 30% salary increase over time. This proposed increase comes at a time when teachers have been told to do more with less. District administration has had to freeze stipends for the hardworking coaches, teachers, and staff that run some of the most important programs in the district. The various programs that stipends minimally compensate teachers to run are often responsible for drawing new students to our campuses and increase our enrollment. Austerity cuts led to cutting important programs that benefit students, making disruptive job transfers for hardworking teachers, and ultimately providing a very minimal COVID hero bonus in 2022 to teachers after grueling work of teaching through the pandemic. In light of these concerns, we propose a postponement of approval of proposed district executive cabinet salary schedule until upcoming negotiations for teacher salaries have been completed. It is assumed that the same financial projections that support approval of raising district executive salaries will be used to determine appropriate salary stipends and longevity compensation for teachers that are in parity with comparable districts and honor the tremendous efforts of Glendora Teachers Association members. This wise postponement will provide opportunities for consideration, transparency, relationship building, and between the district administration, staff, and teachers. I thank you for your time, and I, along with the teachers of Glendora Teachers Association, look forward to the work ahead.
Those are all the speaker cards that I have for this evening, but I will give anybody who came in late the opportunity to have a speak. There are two more. Mr. Lopez is coming up, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I'm going to ask you to fill out a speaker card when you're done. You know the drill. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for giving me your time. This evening, I'm coming here as a parent of a sophomore who's on our track team. It's pretty cool. But we don't have a track. And, well, we don't have a track that I've seen at some of the other campuses around our area. And so I'm going to ask that we open that item up again. I understand it's already been budgeted, but maybe those funds have been allocated somewhere else. That's the word on the street. I'm not certain of that. So let's take a look at that. Let's have the trustees open that up again and see if that can be added to the budget, or at least a discussion on that, because our students need that. And it's not just track and field, right? There's so many other sports that can take advantage of a new turf field and the type of track that we see at many of the other campuses around our community. So thank you for that. I appreciate your time.
I'll fill out a comment card after. Okay. Rebecca Bishop, Glendora resident. Several months ago, the book Heartstopper was sold at Goddard's Book Fair. After this book was sold to a student, the money was returned and the rest of the books were removed from the shelves. Another book, The Language of Seabirds, is about two 12-year-old boys who experienced their first romance together. This book was sold at all the GUSD elementary book fairs. I can understand why there is controversy around these books and others like it, because it's encouraging alternative lifestyles that schools have no business promoting. We can all agree that there are a wide variety of beliefs among us when it comes to romantic relationships and various stances on LGBTQ lifestyles. If God and prayer are going to be removed from our schools, which undoubtedly fall under the personal beliefs category, we should also be removing sexually related literature, also belonging to the personal belief category. Let parents decide what they want their children to know, have honest discussions, and please keep it out of the school's literature and curriculum. Who is in charge of researching and overseeing the books that are to be sold at school book fairs? Why is Ms. Merkley not in the business of banning books, as she once stated? Why is it so important for school to be promoting books that feature romantic relationships amongst minor children? Here is an excerpt from the book, Heartstopper. You know what, Harry? Fuck you. You're a pathetic, homophobic, self-absorbed dick, and I really dislike you. Happy fucking birthday. I wouldn't want my children reading a book with this kind of language. It's completely unnecessary and a poor attempt at fictional reading for enjoyment. Then there are other books that have made their way to Benita Unified, and I pray we don't find such books on our bookshelves. One of these books is I Am Jazz and is about a transgender child. This book is geared for kids pre-K through 5th grade. Young children don't need to be confused any more than they already are. If a boy likes pink, let him like it. If a girl wants to play with trucks and climb trees, it's okay. We seem to be a culture that is promoting alternative lifestyles at the drop of a hat. There are feminine boys and masculine girls, and that doesn't mean that these children need to change their sexual identities because of it. Common sense is not so common anymore. Unfortunately, GUSD directs parents and teachers to teachingbooks.net on their website under the California K-12 library resources. They call it an online resource for books you are reading and teaching. The books I just mentioned can be found on this site, as well as countless others with the same themes and agendas. Does this mean a teacher can read and teach from any book off this site because it is a California-approved resource? Let children be children without forcing ideas and opinions they are too young to handle. Teach them the needed math, English, science, and history, and encourage them to work hard, exercise, and be kind to others. Please keep sexual ideology out of their learning experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. And next on the agenda is our student board member report. Ms. Chen, if you would please enlighten us. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Lavina Chen, and I will be reporting on the following schools today: Lefebvre Elementary, Sellers Elementary, Goddard Middle School, and Glendora High School. To start off, I will begin with Lefebvre Elementary. Last week, Lefebvre held their spring parent-teacher conferences. Teachers met with all families with students not meeting standards in any content area to brainstorm ways to continue providing support and help students reach their target goals. Lefebvre is thankful for their wonderful PTA for treating teachers to lunches and snacks throughout the week, as teachers often had very long days. Second trimester data will be recorded by the end of the month, and their instructional teams are excited to dig into the data and analyze student growth from trimester 1 to trimester 2. The PTA-sponsored Mother-Daughter event took place on March 10th in the Sandberg Gym. Girls and their special ladies enjoyed an evening of food, fun, and a directed painting activity. Open house is scheduled for March 30th at 6 p.m. Teachers are busy collecting student work and beautifying classrooms so students can bring in their families to show off their amazing work. Next, Sellers. Sellers, as well as the other elementary schools, had parent-teacher conferences all week. These are minimum days that allow teachers and parents time to meet together. Sellers celebrated Book Week with many fun activities around reading and literacy. There were dress-up days such as silly socks and wear stripes like Dr. Seuss. On Thursday, March 2nd, Sellers celebrated Dr. Seuss's birthday with the community read-in, which included visitors from the community who came and read to the classes. Friday, March 3rd was the choir festival called America Sings. The choir students participated in the event that was held at Citrus College. It was a fun night for all to see the amazing efforts of our choirs from the 4th grade to the 12th grade. On March 10th, PTA held a Ladies and Luau night. It was a wonderful time for students to bring their favorite ladies to dinner at Sellers. Meals were provided by the PTA, and a Kona ice truck was on site to purchase sweets. Also on Friday, the 2nd grade students held their patriotic program. Students learned about famous Americans, complete reports, and put on a performance with patriotic songs and poems. Next, Goddard Middle School. Goddard ASB hosted a Valentine's dance. There was a DJ, games, and food. It was a very well attended, and students had a fun time. ASB also held elections for the next school year. All officers and representatives have been selected. Allegro students participated in the choir festival at Citrus College for a beautiful night of music. Orchestra participated in the Tartan Orchestra Festival at GHS. Kindness Week was the week of February 13th, and there was a lunchtime activity on Friday for students to write a kind message on a chain. Lastly, GHS. This past week, GHS hosted Future Tartan Night. It was so great to see so many parents and students of the class of 2027 on campus. There were many stations set up offering different information about how new students can get involved at GHS. Our arts department is excited to host Night of the Arts on March 20th at 6 p.m. in the Event Center. The last few weeks, we celebrated our custodial staff and campus security. We are so appreciative of all the help and support these two groups provide for our students and staff. In honor of Black History Month, the Black Alliance Club hosted 2 days of lunchtime events celebrating Black culture. We are grateful for the lessons they taught us and the events they provided for our campus. The GHS Ethics Bowl team won the state championship and qualified for the National Ethics Bowl. We are so proud of their accomplishments. Samantha Sachs and Marquise Brown both traveled to the state wrestling championships. Samantha placed third in state, and what an amazing accomplishment. Congratulations to both Samantha and Marquise. Spring sports are in full spring. The show choir is heading into their second competition of the season, and the orchestra just participated in the district-wide festival. The drumline, the pipe band, and the winter guard are also all in competition season. All of this makes the GHS campus a very busy place. ASB has been busy as well as they're gearing up for our beloved tradition of action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to move on to comments from members of the Board of Education. Mr. Clifford.
There you go. Thank you so much. First off, I want to thank and tell all of our citizens, our classified employees, our teachers, everyone who sent me the beautiful cards, letters, and emails over the last 3 days. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you being here today. Obviously, it had an impact on what happened tonight, but I respect the fact that you reached out and, hopefully I got back to you in a decent amount of time, and, your voice was heard, and I appreciate the fact that you had that opportunity. Secondarily, I had a couple of really nice experiences on campus. I got to be a Stanton Eagle for a few hours. And I guess it's Principal Julie Galindo. I just want to say that campus was beautiful the day that I went there. From the bright red fence that I couldn't get through, to the security, all the beautiful backpacks that were just hanging perfectly. And I went to a second grade classroom, I believe it was Miss Heathcote. And I got to tell you something. That woman had that class dialed in line. They were probably the best class I've been to in a long time. I'm sure they're all like that. But believe it or not, is she back there? She could attest. Thank you. Please stand up. I even told her to her face. Now, you guys may not believe this story, but this is true. And I have a witness now in the back. Sister Heathcote will actually testify. And by the way, I'm okay if we have prayer at the meeting, so that's okay. We just did that. The bell rang for recess, and I could talk, so we were talking. The bell rang for recess, and guess what happened? Not one student got up to go to recess. In fact, they asked if they could stay in the classroom and ask more questions about the topic. Is that true or not? It's true. And they stayed throughout the entire recess, and apparently they were going to go to recess at another time. I don't know if they did or not. But I just want to tell you what a wonderful experience that was for me as a resident of this city, as a board member who has a little bit of influence now, a little swag about that. But I got to tell you, it was a great experience. I didn't want to go home. I called my wife and asked her if I could call in sick for the rest of the day at work and stay at Stanton Elementary. But they were wide open. It was wonderful. They adjusted their schedule for mine. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for that positive experience at Stanton Elementary, which was wonderful. Anytime. Yeah, I felt welcome anytime, actually. And you picked an awesome book, Smart Cookie. I felt like a smart cookie that day. In addition to that, I joined one of our other board members at the Tartan Festival Orchestra, or I might have said that Orchestra Tartan Festival, or however those three words go together. It didn't matter. I stood in a line. Oh, yeah. I called the president and said, do I have to stand in this line? She said, yes, you do. There was a line from the entrance of the gym all the way out towards the tennis courts. And it kind of wove. Was anybody else in that line? Was I the only one standing in the rain in that line? I never saw so many people assembled at one time to go to the gym for an orchestra event. It was wonderful. So I stood in line. We got in there in plenty of time, but that entire gym was packed. Apparently, I was the only person that did not have somebody playing music there, but it was a wonderful experience. Principal Norrell, it was just, your comments were great, and the students were just fantastic. There were middle school and high school people there, and again, that's the joy of what I got to do for that day. I missed another event I was supposed to be at because I was so excited to be there. But I got to tell you, that's the part of this job that made me just feel real good. Stanton and the high school. And I appreciate all the other stuff that we talked about. I want everybody to know that work for this school district, personally from me, that I want you to feel good about your wages, about your compensation, about everything that we make decisions about. So the more information you give us, I think the better prepared I am to make those decisions. So thank you again. And I'll be quiet because I can go on, so I'm done. Mic is off.
Sure. Mrs. Garcia, please.
Okay, it's hard to beat that, but I'll try. I too attended a few events. I'm not going to give you a rundown because I'm going to encourage you to go to my Instagram. I do try to keep you posted there with what I do. But I do want to thank the teachers that opened their doors for us to come and read during Read Across America. That was a lot of fun for me, and I appreciate it because that direct contact with our students and our teachers is what I love and appreciate it. I know that it has the greatest impact, so thank you for allowing us to do that. Also, Mrs. Michelle Rigstad invited me to sit in on a Socratic seminar, which I was just blown away. My oldest daughter didn't go to Glendora High, and my middle child is a sophomore, so she hasn't done that yet, and it was just so impressive. And when they asked me questions, I was scared to answer them because they were just so on it, so smart, so eloquent, and I'm just so proud of them, and thank you for that invitation. I attended the PTA council meeting, and I have put it upon myself to have that role that I have as a board member on the PTA council to kind of use that time to educate our community, and in this case, our PTA community, which extends to a lot of parents and all the campuses, and try to find ways to be of service. And so the first thing that I did was a little sheet of what is the role of the board, because it's not as clear-cut as we think. There's a lot of responsibilities that come with the position, and I want to make sure that we have an easy place to go and see, like, what exactly do they do, what are they supposed to do, what are their limitations, you know, what can we expect from our board. So I do have a link to that on my Instagram, but if you want it, please email me and I'm happy to send it to you, or your PTA council members have them as well. The next one hopefully will be something on declining enrollment, and then hopefully how our district is funded. So I'm excited to learn along the way as I prepare those for you guys. Saturday, March 4th, I attended a community event that really was impactful for me. Our students have created this program, this community program called Glendora Together. And I attended because I wanted to know what our students are up to, and I wanted to support them. And it was very eye-opening. It was a great opportunity for us to listen to each other as community members, address some of these issues that are there, whether we want to admit them or not. And I think the more we talk about them, the more we learn from each other, the more we take the time to listen, we can start healing. So I think if you haven't already looked into Glendora Together, I encourage you to reach out to, I know Crystal Widado is one of the students that is involved with that. They have a website, they have an Instagram. I encourage you to look into them and support our students any way that you can. That's important for us to take a minute and listen and learn. Another community event, and I'll stop here because I know I have 2 pages of things, but Crop Hunger, which was also a community event that was together with First Christian Church, United Methodist of Glendora, and our Spartan Garden. Oh my goodness, I had not had a tour of the Spartan Garden, so that was very special to me. And Mr. Osborne was there to give me a tour, which I really, really appreciated. And if you as a community member have not been there, I encourage you to swing by, take a look. I don't know if it's open or if they need to make an appointment. I'll let that email him. And it's beautiful, and I would love to know how we can continue to support that program. And I also would love to ask for some type of presentation on it, because I would love to learn how you got there, what you're planning on doing, and how that's being funded. All the work that you've done with that is impressive, and I love it. It's beautiful. It's a great community effort. But more importantly, how we can replicate that. I really would love to see that in every school, because it is such an important community thing, and I mean, it was gorgeous. So thank you for that work that you do. And yes, the Tartan Orchestra Festival was amazing. I'm sad that we have to sit on benches to see that, because it's very uncomfortable. But I will watch our kids play from the floor if I have to. It was beautiful, and thank you to everyone who was involved in making that night so beautiful for us. And thank you all for being here, to all the teachers, classified staff, community members that emailed us. Very thoughtful, as you said earlier, thoughtful and respectful emails that really got your point across. The more you share, as Gary mentioned, the more we know and the more we can look into things. We want to make sure that we're representing you. So thank you for communicating that so we can pay attention to those things. I'm done. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez?
Thank you. Lavena, thanks for your report. There are so many good things happening in Glendora Unified at all of your schools. And we're in that hard restart, right, after COVID. And it's not always easy to get started up again. But appreciate the work of all of the staff members in Glendora Unified, all you're doing for our students, and making sure that they're having that great school experience and that school is fun, because school needs to be fun. And I don't care what grade level you're at, school needs to be fun. Not only for kids, it needs to be fun for the staff also. America Sings was just as I remembered it when I was in 6th grade, standing on the stage singing, if you can believe that. But yeah, back in the day, you remember it was choir or an instrument, so I chose choir and I got to sing in, well, if you call it singing in America Sings. But it's phenomenal that what was put together, and it was a fun night. And some of the songs are still the same. Was it 50 Nifty United States? I think I could still sing that while we were singing it, and I won't do it tonight for you. But it's great. And that's another event where you go into Citrus College and the line is just so long. I mean, from the entrance all the way out into the Citrus College parking lot. Our community is very supportive of all the things that we do here in Glendora Unified, and that's good to see. I also attended the March 4th event put together by Glendora Together for microaggressions. And, you know, it's super important in our district, and I think we need to get to that point, and I will say it 100 times as I do every day at the school that I'm at now. Name, face, story, name, face, story, name, face, story. Know people's, and not just students, know the adult's name, know their face, know their story. If you know that, it will be so much easier to talk to people, right? To know about them, to be humans. You know, humanity before education. Everybody gets so caught up in education sometimes. We have to be humans, right? We have to be humans first. You know, that's the other thing that I think we need to talk about as a district too, is people before programs, right? We have great people, and some jobs have been cut. We got to start getting those back in line. We got to get people on our campus. It's never been more important now in education. Mental health, right? We talk about mental health all the time. The only way to help with mental health is to have people in place, right, to help our students. So we want to make sure that we're doing that. Name, face, story is super important. Congratulations to Mr. Osborne. Okay. Congratulations to Dr. Prince. I'm glad she gets to sit next to me. And then, and I won't go. Congratulations to Jamie Norrell. We spent a lot of years together, and the things that she talked about and all the transitions, the 14 years together we had as assistant principal, and then 10 years as principal when I was a principal and she was assistant principal. Sometimes fighting like brother and sister, but always coming to consensus and working with the amazing staff that we have at Glendora High School. And I'm so proud, and it's your time. It's your time. And hopefully I was a good enough example, along with your father, it was a good enough example for you as a principal. The other thing, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your voice, for what was said tonight. Classified employees, our certificated employees, all of our employees. Your voice is really, really important to us. So, and you need to remember that. Your voice is always really important to us, as well as student voice is important to us. So I thank you for that also. And I'm done.
Mrs. Merkley.
Well, I don't have much to say. I just got back from Texas on Tuesday, visiting my family, so I haven't been anywhere. But I do want to talk about Glendora Community Coordinating Council. We have a Youth Recognition Award. We try to do one every month. Mr. Osborne is in charge. And today we had a meeting and we honored Maddie Mahaffey, I hope I say these names like, Madeline Lee and Cameron Kuo. That goes, what? Quo. Cameron Quo. They are students, 8th grade students at Goddard, and they're in a Girl Scout troop, and they were earning their silver award. And they all went to elementary school at Sutherland, and so for the silver award, they went and they repainted the track in the kindergarten playground, and then they drew board games on the blacktop, and they had checkers and chess and the game pieces and everything, and they spent over 50 hours each. Now, I also honor their moms because as the mother of 2 Eagle Scouts, when that mom's pin on me, I knew I had earned it, and I knew their moms had too. But I'm just so grateful that we are able to honor students like this and that we have them in the district. So if you know of a student who is not about grades, is about service. It can be one big thing or a series of small things. You can contact Mr. Osborne and he will get you the nomination form, because it's really important, I think, that we honor these students, and sometimes we go months without a student being nominated, which is really sad. We also have a humanitarian service award for adults, so if you know any adults, you can contact Mr. Osborne too. He'll direct you to the right person. Okay, you can email me and I have the application too. Whatever. Anyway, it's good to be back.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Merkley. I was going to say he's like our district Siri. Just ask Mr. Osborne. It's hard to go last because I have a wonderful team that I'm working with now that attend a lot of really wonderful events. I attended the Goddard Recognition Luncheon with 2 of my colleagues last week. We always enjoy being invited to the recognition luncheons or brunches or breakfasts, depending on the different site that way. It is always such a pleasure to get to talk to the kids directly that we sit with at lunch, to hear why they think they've been nominated, which is often completely different than why their teachers actually nominated them, but it really is wonderful to be able to hear directly from the students and connect with the teachers that way. I also enjoyed the America Sings, and I don't know if I'm really old or I'm not as old as I think that I did sing 50 Nifty United States the whole way through. To know those states in alphabetical order is actually a pretty handy little thing to have in your back pocket. So that was a real pleasure. I also, Mrs. Garcia and I attended a meeting with Mr. Osborne, Dr. Murray, and Mrs. Fernandez, what is her appropriate title? Mental health coordinator. Thank you very much. About the Tier 1 and Tier 2 mental health plan that will be coming before the board really soon, and to sort of get a primer on what's going on now, what needs there are in the future, how things are going. And I have to say, this group of people and their teams are working really, really hard to try and create pathways and processes to get our students with the people that they need to be with as far as triaging their needs, to be able to try and help support staff on different levels. And it really was a really enlightening discussion that we all had, that I look forward to them presenting to the group at large, because it's such an important component of what's going on our schools right now. If our students and our teachers and our staff don't have their mental health, it's really hard to get to whatever is next. So it's really a priority. I think for the entire board. I don't think I have to, I think I speak for all of us unanimously that way, and I really look forward to that presentation. I, as well as my colleagues, do really want to sincerely thank everybody that has emailed, called, texted, carrier pigeoned. We got a lot of feedback over the last couple of days, and I just wanted to make everyone aware that if you do email the board as a whole, if you email all 5 of us at the same time, then the typical policy is that the president is the one that responds to you. You might get an acknowledgement email from other board members, and that's totally fine, but with that, we typically don't want to all respond to the exact same email so that we're not either conflicting with each other or overwhelming people that way. So if you did email all 5 of us and you only received a response from me, it's because that's just what our policy is right now. All of the board members, we've discussed all of these conversations. We've talked amongst ourselves in depth in closed session that way, and shared all the different feedback that we received. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. DeGrazia and the superintendent report, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. President, members of the board, distinguished guests. We've had a great start to the 3rd trimester. It's amazing to think that we are in the final 3rd of the school year, but it happens quickly. Elementary parent-teacher conferences, as many of you know in this room, were last week. You breathed a sigh of relief Friday afternoon or evening as you finish those up. Appreciate the ongoing support, not only of the staff, but the support and collaboration of the families being there for those important meetings. The Orchestra Tartan Festival was announced a few different times. There was definitely a full house and a long line, but great performances all the way around from our secondary students. We're looking forward to our vaping education night this Thursday at Sandburg at 6:30 p.m. That one's open for parents and students to become more informed on that important topic. Also, Glendora High School, bless you. Also, Glendora High School will have their drama production, Sweet Surrender, this 16th, 17th, and 18th of March. They have evening performances at 7 o'clock, and the Saturday performances, there's a matinee at 2, and I believe an evening at 7. So important to recognize their efforts as well. Tonight, you'll hear from GTA, Mr. Grenquist and Mr. Tower about the sunshining process. And it's not going to get really bright in here or warm or any of those things. Maybe warm, but maybe not extra bright. But this is we do this joint opening of our negotiations for the coming year, 2023-2024 school year. So they will present those, and we've done that jointly the past few years. We plan to do the same at the 2nd meeting in March with CSEA. So we appreciate the support of Doug, GTA, and also Denise and CSEA for our next meeting as well, and thank them for that. We'll also hear from 3 sensational schools. Stanton tonight, Goddard, and Glendora High School, representing each of our grade spans, elementary, middle, and high school across the district. We're appreciative of each school site's leadership team, extended efforts in preparing these reports and sharing the great work of their students and their staff with each of us. I'd be remiss not to mention that it is Nutrition Services Month, and often their efforts go unnoticed and maybe not thanked enough. So we thank them especially on this month and this day and in this meeting for their hard work, their dedication and service, what they did during COVID times and what they do every single day. And congratulations to Claire Liu, Glendora High School senior. She was recognized as the National Merit Finalist. Yes, one finalist. Glendora High School had one finalist. It is her, and we will bring her back to a future board meeting to recognize her as such. She was recognized early on in the school year as a semifinalist, but she moved to the next level and was selected as a finalist. That is very, very select company. Congratulations to her and her family. Thank you so much.
Okay, moving right along. Our staff presentations, item number 5.1, Glendora Teachers Association and District 2023-2024 negotiation proposals, presented by Mr. Richard Tower, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Personnel, and Mr. Doug Grenquist, GTA President.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. As Dr. Grazia mentioned, we're going to be doing the sunshining of the initial bargaining proposal tonight. It's a little bit unique that we're doing it jointly, and it's really kind of a nice philosophy, nice statement that we're able to do it, a joint statement together. So are you ready, Doug?
Yeah, we gotta harmonize?
It's-
The
I'm
clock's
hard-
not
I'm
running,
hard to
so.
harmonize with.
We're good. I'm good. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. GTA and the district negotiating teams respectfully bring forward the following joint sunshining proposal for the 2023-2024 school year. At the conclusion of our 2022-2023 negotiations, the parties reached an agreement on a full contract renewal through the end of the 2024-2025 school year. Yes, is it done? Can't hear me? Okay, I'll scoot a little closer, but I won't start over if that's okay. Okay, thank you. In that agreement, GTA and the district agreed to reopen salary compensation discussions for the 2023-2024 or 2024-2025 school year should any of the following occur. The funded COLA in 2023-2024 or 2024-2025 from the state of California comes in at a higher rate than currently projected. The state approved flexible funding model of utilizing a rolling 3-year average for ADA proposes is changed in 2023-2024 or 2024-2025. Student enrollment in any of the 3 upcoming school years declines beyond current projections.
The parties plan to meet in negotiations to discuss the status of each of the aforementioned items in the coming months. The district and GTA has also worked collaboratively to make pertinent revisions to the 2023-2024 school calendar, which will be released later this week. We look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with one another to address the salary compensation, including benefits offerings for all of our certificated bargaining unit members. We continue to appreciate the hard work and dedication of each one of our certificated bargaining unit members, as well as the work of the joint negotiating teams. We thank each one of you for your spirit of ongoing collaboration and look forward to what 2023-24 will bring.
Thank you very much. That concludes our report, and there's a lot of 2023s and 2024s.
A lot of them in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to move on to the moment you've all been waiting for. Item 5.2, and Mrs. Julie Galindo with Stanton Elementary School presentation.
Thank you. I'll call you up. By the way, if anybody needs to stand up real quickly and stretch your legs, you've been sitting for an hour, so I would not be offended. Good evening, Board President Elizabeth Reuter, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. DeGrazia, Cabinet members, and the Glendora community. I am Julie Galindo, the proud principal of Stanton Elementary School, and with me this evening are Sarah Peckham, Kristen Lopez, Tiffany Ramirez, Army Juarez, as well as some of our amazing Stanton staff members in the audience who have come to show their support and hear me tell our Stanton narrative and why it is a great place to learn and grow. Here are a few photos of our students highlighting celebrations such as iHeart College Day, the 100th Day celebrations, family nights, and student achievement. We believe each student deserves a rigorous education, providing opportunities to succeed and to achieve. This is made possible through an entire team approach, providing the supports and experiences necessary for each student. Each Stanton staff member plays an integral role in our student success. Here is the slide on our Stanton student population. This slide includes data from the 21-22 demographics. And our enrollment in 21-22 was 529. Our enrollment this year has actually increased to 537. Although there have been slight changes to our EL population from 12.9% to 10.6%, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged group from 67.3 to currently 64.6, overall our numbers are fairly consistent with a plus or minus a few percents in each of the subgroups. Our first slide of the state indicator of school success is the English language arts performance. This slide shows Stanton's grades 3 to 5. Overall, we are a 46.74% proficient or above standards. However, you can see that ELA achievement is something we continue to address in our school improvement action plans with a strategic goal to move us into the medium or high categories. Equity gaps consist of groups that are 2 or more below, and you can see that we do not have any equity gaps, so we have some room for improvement. Our overall student proficiency is, this was last year's CASP. So this is a year coming off of COVID, which is something to take in consideration, and a different assessment than prior years. It is important to note that based on our minimum district benchmarks, our STAR reading rate is 57.2%, and based on STAR early literacy for kindergarten and first, we are at 69%, and that's not indicated on this particular slide. In grades 3 to 5 for math, our overall performance is 34.26. This is based again on the CASP math assessment. So all subgroups are in the low category, and similar to our ELA, our goal is based on Tier 1 classroom direct instruction. And this, our current STAR math data shows we have approximately 50% of our students scoring at or above proficiency, not indicated on this graph. Our next slide is our English learner progress. So from May of 2021 to 2022, 55% of our EL students made growth in the LPAC. So the pie chart on the right-hand side shows that we have last year 53 students, 19 scored at a level 3, 16 at level 2, and 4 at level 4, but they were not reclassified because they didn't meet all of the criterion. So students need to achieve overall level 4 on the LPAC, and this proficiency includes speaking, reading, writing, and 40% or higher in the STAR test or the CASP test. This year, we began a successful English learner after-school program to introduce students to the LPAC, to reduce test anxiety, and to help students prepare for the assessment. So I think part of it is just knowing what they're going to be assessed on. Our next one is our attendance. Unfortunately, we are following national trends of chronically absent students. We're in the very high category for most of our subgroups. We're working on increasing positive daily rate, yet chronic absenteeism remains an area of growth for us. So 26.2% of our students are chronically absent, but our average daily rate attendance is a 91.66. So that looks pretty good, but we still have some students who are repeat offenders of missing school a lot. So to address our attendance concerns, we provide class incentives, attendance letters, phone calls home to parents, like personal phone calls, personal emails, and we follow the START and the STAR process. Our suspension rate is really low, which is fantastic. We're doing really well with a positive climate and culture at school due to student and staff relationships. This year, we have had more physical interactions with students, but our approach to discipline includes counseling options with our student support specialist, peer conflict resolution, principal-student meetings, and the Canvas Care courses, which have been really great. We also partner with parents for a consistent supportive approach both at home and at school with the ultimate goal of student ownership and positive behavior. So this is my favorite slide. It's the Stanton achievements and challenges. So we have many achievements to celebrate at Stanton. A few include our prolific AR program. We have 8,928 AR quizzes taken this year. We celebrate our AR scholars and encourage all students to participate to earn the status of an AR scholar, and they get to have a special lunch with me. Our wellness program is thriving thanks in part to our student support specialist, Mrs. Cassandra Chen, and our teachers who provide SEL classroom-based lessons. Mrs. Cass also hosts lunchtime socialization groups and one-to-one school counseling for students in need. We know that when students are connected, when they are having fun, when they like school, attendance and academic performance increases. So we offer a variety of clubs which are listed up on the top. And we also know that family involvement is key. So we're so excited to be back in person for school events and partner with our PTA. So far we've had yoga in the quad, we've had family movie night, and really successful, well-attended VAPA night. So that's been really positive. Our challenges are similar to schools across the nation, which include attendance, social and emotional needs, and we've seen an increase in behaviors. We also see gaps in reading and math, possibly highly likely due to COVID distant learning, and these challenges have presented additional demands on our teachers. At this time, I'd like to introduce Stanton's intervention teachers, Sarah Peckham and Kristen Lopez, who will highlight our intervention program.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Peckham, and this is
Kristen Lopez.
Kristen Lopez. So you can put a face to the name if you're not familiar. And I apologize, we're all a little bit nervous because this is the first time we've presented to the board, and I'm also new to the district, so I'm getting to know everybody. So I apologize if we're nervous. Also working with us, we have two incredible instructional aides, Debbie Walter and Jennifer Hinojos. As you can see from the data we have here and that Ms. Galindo presented, we have a high need of students who need reading intervention. So far this year, we have, the four of us have seen 140 students within our cycle 1 and 2. Some of those students are in both cycles and others not. We are just getting ready to start our cycle 3. We use data to form our groups as well as teacher input. We group students both by skill level and by grade level. We see students in small group, push-in, or individual, depending on the student need. Let's see, we target our interventions in phonics, fluency, vocabulary development, comprehension, spelling, and basic writing. We see students 4 to 5 times a week, again, depending on need, for 30 minutes each time. We've used various programs throughout the year, but most recently, we are using the SPIRE program, and we're super excited about that, and Kristen will tell you all about that.
Thank you. Again, I'm Kristen Lopez, intervention teacher. I've been at Stanton since a year ago, February, and love being there. It is a hidden gem, so anyway, so I'm excited to tell you about the SPIRE program. We started it. It's a research-proven, intensive program that the students, it's a spiraling curriculum, so they start here and they just start to work their way up. There's a placement assessment that the students take at the beginning of it. It places them at 1 of 6 levels. If they are not proficient enough for those and they don't know their sounds and letters, then they go into a sound sensible, which teaches them their letters and the sounds. Each of the levels has introductory and reinforcing lessons, so they learn the concept in the introductory lesson. If they don't find success in that, then there's continuing reinforcing lessons that helps to firm up that concept so they can pass it with at least an 80%. In each of the lessons, there are 10 steps that the students go through. I'm not going to list all of the steps because time, but some of it is phonogram cards where we show them a card, they say the sound, and it's just kind of a repetitive thing. There's word building, which is a hands-on activity. The students make words out of letter tiles, so they're getting a multi-sensory along with the lessons. There's reading and reading comprehension. There's sentence dictation where they're writing sentences that we dictate to them. So all the modalities are incorporated into these lessons. After each lesson, there's fluency and concepts assessment. So we're continually seeing, are they understanding this concept? If not, we need to go over it again. And then we also monitor the individual growth through individual reading goals that the students create in our intervention groups, as well as classroom and intervention assessment data that between us and the teachers that we meet with. And we also offer intervention and school-wide reading incentives. When they pass an AR test, we recognize them for that, and we give them little stickers, sometimes different awards. Candy, we don't give them candy. Sometimes we do, maybe. In addition to what we do within the classroom, as Ms. Galindo said, we also have after-school math skills practice that we do with grades 1 through 5, 2 days a week for 45 minutes, and that's been just a great experience for the kids. We also, as Ms. Galindo mentioned, the LPAC prep. I was an LPAC administrator for many, many years in the district, and I know what the kids go through, so it's so great to be able to meet with them after school in a small group and just give them an idea of what the LPAC test is going to be like. One more thing that I think was maybe touched on, but not a whole lot, but Eagle Time. Our students, we have such a high level of kids in Tier 2 intervention. If you look at our pyramid up there, that's not what the normal pyramid should look like. So we're, in response to that, we're coming up with a preventative plan so that more of our Tier 2 intervention can happen at the Tier 1 level, in all class levels. So we're creating a school-wide approach to provide support for students with their phonics, their fluency, their reading comprehension, enrichment for those students who don't need that basic help, but also in addition to direct EL instruction for our EL learners, because we really want to boost them up. And that will take place by grade level span and by skill level that we get based on the data that we get, and that will be 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. So we're excited about that. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to ask Tiffany Ramirez and Army Juarez to come on up to present.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Ramirez, and I teach 3rd through 5th grade STC.
And I'm Army Juarez, and I teach 4th grade general education class.
We are here to share about the beauty that has unfolded in our inclusive practices, also known as mainstreaming, at Stanton this year. Out of my 13 students in my class, 6 students are participating in mainstreaming either for math, ELA, social studies, or science. I'm so blessed to work alongside such professional, passionate teachers who understand and value the importance of inclusive practices, not only for my special day class students, but for the general education students as well.
We have seen the students be successful, not just academically, but also socially. When you look at this picture at the bottom, picture on the right, you see a classroom full of students learning. That is what's happening at Stanton. All students are learning in an environment that is best for them.
Some things that we find works best when it comes to mainstreaming our upper grade SDC students into core academic subjects is for me first to look at their IEP goals, since IEP goals drive students' placement. If they are on track for meeting their goals, then I look at their STAR reading or STAR math test scores and the data that is given there. If they have been successful in both of these areas, then I turn to a general education teacher and ask them if they would be willing to team up with me. With parent involvement, we set a plan, and we also make sure to include the student in on the plan as well. It is important that they feel ready and comfortable to move forward. This year, all 6 students have been confident with moving into mainstreaming, and one recently shared that they feel proud of themselves.
2 students come into my classroom for math. They come in and get to work just like all the other students. I thought at first that maybe they would be shy or guarded, but they fit right in. My other students have accepted them into our classroom seamlessly. It's not uncommon to see them giving high fives to each other when they come into my room, and it's also often that we see them helping each other. It warms my heart every time.
It takes a team to make inclusive practices successful. We are so thankful to be at Stanton, where the focus is on student success, fostering the relationships between parents, students, and teachers.
Here are some additional photos. I think earlier, it was Mr. Lopez who said that relationships are key to any successful organization, and you could see that's evident at Stanton as well. So here are a few pictures that highlight some of the amazing events that happen throughout the year at Stanton. We are so thankful to partner with our PTA and also Foothill Church. We have a really unique relationship with Foothill Church, who partner with us for special events such as Breakfast with Santa and the Affordable Christmas Shop that's specifically for our Stanton families. And this was my the first time I could barely get through it without crying. It was just amazing. It's just a beautiful event for all of our families. That's it. However, I just want to say thank you so much for listening to our presentation. As a first-year elementary principal and someone who is new to Glendora, also I've dubbed it the GNN, which stands for the Glendora News Network, I would like to take this moment to personally thank and highlight the Stanton amazing staff. So one of my favorite leadership quotes is by President Roosevelt, and it's about the man in the arena. And it states, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. It is my honor to work with all of the people at Stanton who are in the arena, who show up for kids every single day, who've stepped up to help me, who help each other, who strive to provide high-quality education, who go above and beyond, sometimes in the midst of great difficulty, both professionally and personally. We have grit, we have resilience, we care about each other, and we care about our kids. We are making a positive difference. Thank you. Oh, darn, you have to ask me questions.
Nice try. It was a good effort on your part. Thank you very much.
My favorite color is red.
Your astrological sign is. Thank you very much. I do understand that it does feel a little nervous to come up here for the first time. You all did an excellent job, and I personally really appreciate hearing from staff members. Really appreciate hearing what it's like in the classroom with the kids this way. So thank you for bringing all of your teammates here with you. I'm going to open it up to some questions, and we'll take it from there.
I do have a question. Okay. And I have a lot, but I'll save a few and maybe tackle this one. I wanted to know, and I don't know if this is something that you can answer, or maybe this is going to be for Dr. DeGrazia, but in listening to your mainstreaming and inclusion practices at Stanton, I wanted to know if that is something that you guys are doing on your own, or if you're trying something new, or is this something that we are doing as a district in all of our schools?
Well, we see it at several different schools for sure, and there is a push of more of an inclusive model throughout the district at all grade levels, where we will have more of a push in model instead of a pull out model. And so there's a move towards that, and there's some work and study and professional development with our administrative team being done on that very topic this year.
Okay, so there is professional development in place to make sure that that's something that we're doing throughout the district.
Yes.
I love that, and thank you for sharing on that, because that is near and dear to my heart, and I think that's important, and I'm so happy to see that it's successful in your school. And if you guys are the ones who are doing the most of it, I would love for you to share with the rest of the schools on how you guys are doing it. So thank you for what you do. I know it's nerve-wracking. I still tremble when I'm up here. So thank you so much for being brave, for standing up here, for being in the arena. That's one of my favorite quotes, so thank you for reading that. And I'll save the rest of the questions and
see if it comes around.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have anything in particular?
Just one thing. I noticed that you are working to address all of the issues that you have. And I just think that's so amazing. So thank you for that, because I know it has to be hard after COVID and everything, but you're doing a great job, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wait, one more thing. Sorry.
That's okay.
You're next, I promise. I did see here that you mentioned re-examine Tier 1 intervention based on data analysis. And again, Mrs. Reuter and I had a meeting with Mr. Osborne and the team, and I wanted to know how exactly do you plan on re-examining it? What exactly do you want to change, or do you think needs improvement?
So Ms. Lopez and Ms. Peckham talked a little bit about our plan for moving forward with that. So it would be Eagle Time, and it's going to be a half-an-hour increments, a K2 block, and then a 3-5 block, where students go to the appropriate setting of what they need. So it's like what I need, based on their STAR reading assessments, their fluency, their phonics. So you can have a kindergartner who's in a class with a second grader, or it might be an all kindergarten group, or we might have a 3 to 5 group that is above grade level, and they may be in a literacy circle. So we are in the stages of planning that. One of the things that we are having an introduction on is SIPS, which is a reading program. SPIRE will still be used as a Tier 2 intervention with Sarah and Kristen, but we want to do a more direct Tier 1, very specific and strategic Tier 1 intervention block of time for our students.
To be able to capture before they get to Tier 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Got it.
Good. Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you for meeting your kids where they're at, right, and trying to move them up the ladder. Thank you for being in the arena, and go Eagles.
Go Eagles, thank you.
No, just kidding. He's pulling you back. Nice try, again.
You had every chance to have a picture of me in the second grade classroom.
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
What
Lord.
are you doing?
You know what that means? You just need to come back and do it
every
again.
chance. No, what I wanted to ask you was that.
Darn, I
again,
thought it was
those were probably the most fantastic second graders I've ever met, besides my own grandchildren. Are all of your classrooms like that? Because that was the perfect classroom I was in. Well, just the most reverent, well-behaved, well-spoken, raising their hand. It was like an amazing experience. Is every classroom at Stanton Elementary
Yes,
like that?
every single minute of every single day, especially
There you
on
go.
rainy days.
Thank you. Then I believe every word you just told me. Thank you.
It's hard to go after that. So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. It sounded like, based on some of the early skills, the phonics skills, that the ELA intervention is K through 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, do I understand that math is after school only?
It is this year, but next year our plan is to make it part of the school day. And the reason why we did that this year is because our reading scores were so low, and students need to be able to read in order to be able to do the word math problems. So that was our focus for this year. Next year, we hope to have one intervention teacher focus solely on math for Tier 2 intervention in the day, and a reading intervention in the day as well, in addition to Eagle Time. So all students getting Tier 1 reading intervention, and then those students who need Tier 2 reading intervention would go to reading intervention as part of the day as well.
Okay, that's a great answer. And then, as far as, I know you said all the classes are perfect
They are.
all the time.
Yes.
But we do know that there have been real some behavioral challenges and social emotional challenges as we've reintroduced kids back into the full school days that way. And I'm just wondering if you could talk at all to the, and I understand if you don't have a number, but just sort of the a situation that your student support specialist, what they look like, what that looks like right now.
That is a really good question, and I knew that was going to come up, and it has elapsed me. I want to say around 90, I believe she sees. So I do know that she has a higher caseload than some of the other student support specialists across the district. We do have some students who have some serious needs. It is important, though, that it is school-based counseling, where she does a one-on-one school-based counseling. Also supporting any counselors that come in to see our students as well. One of the things that we're working on this year, actually it's taking place right now, is we are transforming our 1990s computer room into a wellness slash makerspace room, and that's happening right now. So we're really excited about that.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, and
Good.
so we hope to be able to host more wellness group opportunities. Ms. Cass does have an office. It's pretty small, so we do want to expand that to allow for bigger groups to come in for wellness opportunities.
If there's not any last minute add-ons, thank you all very much. You did
May
a
I be
tremendous job.
excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
You guys did a great job. Don't be nervous. Okay, moving right along to our wonderful Titans Goddard Middle School presentation by Dr. Alan Ekverdian, please.
Ms. Merkley, can you hear me? Is that good? Yeah. I watch the board meetings. You're always, commenting on that, so I want to make sure you're good.
So my husband is at home and he says, tell them to get into the microphone.
I know.
can't hear
I
them."
can never hear either. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Reuter, trustee
moved
members, Superintendent Dr. DeGrazia, cabinet members, GUSD teachers, and staff, GUSD students, and Glendora community. I'm Alan Ekverdian, the proud principal of Goddard Middle School. I'm here with Mr. Bill Zernico, our assistant principal. We also have a lot of teachers here joining us. We have also our PTA president, Miss Melissa Apodaca. I love saying Miss Melissa Apodaca's name. I'll always say it. We also had Miss Letty, who is our cafeteria manager at Goddard, and lots of other folks joining us here today. So thank you. It is my pleasure to present Goddard Middle School's enrollment information, achievement data, and some highlights and areas of need moving forward. I would like to begin, slide 2, Mr. Zernico, with our beautiful Goddard mission statement. Goddard Middle School will set high student expectations on a daily basis, focusing on student proficiency in our state standards and curriculum. We will strive to cultivate well-rounded individuals who will be productive members of our society. We are committed to supporting our students' efforts towards accomplishing these goals by providing a safe and supportive learning environment. We all know that Goddard and Glendora have a rich and proud history of excellence in academics, athletics, and the visual and performing arts. At Goddard, we hold our students to high expectations in everything that we ask them to do, so that they too can actively contribute to these traditions and values of excellence, pride, tradition, community, and family. I want to thank all of our Goddard families, students, and staff for their love and continuous support of our beautiful school. All right, slide 3, Mr. Zernico, let's talk some data. Let's begin with some enrollment data from last school year. Last school year, we had 763 students enrolled at Goddard. Our enrollment numbers and demographics have since changed. Similar to many schools and districts in Southern California, Goddard continues to have declining enrollment. For the current school year, Goddard's enrollment is at 722 students, a drop of over 41 students from just last year. And just to put that in perspective, Goddard's enrollment was over 907 for the 2017-18 school year. So that's about 184 fewer students in just 5 years. We also have fewer English learners this year than we did last year. We had 37 ELs last year at around 5% of our population and 29 English learners this year. We do have a larger reclassified fluent English proficient RFEP population. Over 8% or about 60 students are RFEP at Goddard. Goddard also has 17 total languages represented. Our students and families at Goddard speak 17 other languages other than English, with Spanish, Mandarin, Cantonese, and Arabic being the majority. Students and families also speak Tagalog, Korean, Thai, Farsi, Gujarati, Japanese, Indonesian, Armenian, Russian, Tamil, Vietnamese, Telugu, and American Sign Language. So we have a very nice, very beautiful, diverse group of students and families at Goddard. Our special education population is similar to last year. About 15% of students at Goddard have IEPs. An additional 39 students, 5.4% of our student population, have 504 plans, and they receive accommodations through their 504 plans. And I'd like to thank our special education teachers, our counselors who run the 504 meetings, and our general education teachers who attend daily IEP meetings and who are in charge of implementing the IEPs and the accommodations every day in their classrooms as they support our students with special needs. On this slide, you also see the enrollment by ethnicity breakdown for Goddard from last school year's dashboard. This data has also since changed. Currently at Goddard, 38% or 273 students are Hispanic, 35% or 255 students are white, 14% or 99 students are Asian, 10% or 74 students are multi-ethnic, 1.7% or 12 students are Filipino, and less than 1% or 5 students are Black or African American. All right, slide 4 with some ELA performance data on the CASP. So looking at the CASP English data from the 21-22 school year, overall Goddard is at high for all students. Goddard had no students at very low or medium. We had English learners and students with disabilities at low, Hispanic and white at high, and Asian and 2 or more races at very high. Because the student count for the assessment was fewer than 11 students for some of our other student groups, we did not have reported data for African American, Filipino, American Indian, foster youth, and homeless. Overall, Goddard, 67% of Goddard students met or exceeded standard for English language arts. Our scores are above the county and state averages. 23% nearly met standard, and 10% were at standard, not met for ELA. When you look at the claim data breakdown for each of the areas in ELA, our students are doing very well and making lots of progress. In the area of reading, how well do students understand stories and information that they read? 86% of our students are at near or above standard. 14% are at below standard. For writing, how well do students communicate in writing? 88% of our students are at near or above standard, and 12% are at below standard. In the area of listening, how well do students understand spoken information? 93% of our students are at near or above standard, and 7% are at below standard. And in the area of research and inquiry, how well can students find and present information about a given topic? 90% of students are at near or above standard, and 10% are at below standard. Our school-wide focus on literacy, specifically writing across all content areas, and using AVID strategies for writing in particular, will continue to help all students. Our English fundamentals class for English intervention and our ELD class also provides that level of support and focus on reading, writing, and listening and speaking skills. All teachers at Goddard are also literacy teachers. All of our teachers require students to read, write, research, and present their ideas orally. When you walk through our classrooms on any given day at Goddard, you will see that our students are reading, writing, and engaged in academic discourse with one another. Mr. Zernico, slide 5, please. Looking at the next slide for CASP aspect math data from the 21-22 school year. Overall, Goddard is at high for all students. Goddard had no students at very low. We had English learners and students with disabilities at low. We had Hispanic and socioeconomically disadvantaged students at medium. We had white and 2 or more races at high, and Asian at very high for math. Overall, 57.46% of Goddard students met or exceeded standard for math. Our scores in math are also significantly above the county and state averages. 24% nearly met standard, and 18.67% were at standard not met. When you look at the claim data breakdown for each of the areas in math, here's what we have for that. For concepts and procedures, how well do students use mathematical rules and ideas? 84% of our students were at near or above standard, and 16% were at below standard. In the area of problem solving and modeling, how well can students show and apply their problem solving skills? 81% of students were at near or above standard, and 19% were at below standard. And finally, communicating reasoning, how well can students think logically and express their thoughts in order to solve a problem? 87% of our students were at near or above standard, and 13% were at below standard. We currently have 1 math intervention class at Goddard. We combine all 3 grade levels, 6 through 8, into this 1 math intervention class. And before moving on to the next slide, I also wanted to highlight 1 more group for their performance levels on both the ELA and Math CASP. Goddard's RFEP group, the reclassified fluent English proficient students, far exceeded every other group except for Asian in both math and ELA. In ELA, our RFEP-only students were at 84% met or exceeded standard, 14% at near standard, and only 2% at standard not met. In math, our RFEP-only students were at 80% met or exceeded standard, 10% at near standard, and 10% at standard not met. What this means is that once our English learners reclassify, they are far exceeding the standards in ELA and math than any other subgroup. This is yet another testament as to how much our teachers do in the general education classes and how much they focus on literacy and the fundamentals in all content areas. And lastly, about the CASP data, in addition to having a school-wide focus on literacy, our teachers have been administering the CASP interim block assessments and focused interim block assessments in their classes, particularly in math and ELA. We hope that this will help students see the different question types several times before they take the assessments next month. All right, slide 6. Moving on to slide 6 with some information about English learner progress. Since our EL subgroup was comprised of fewer than 30 students, there are no performance bars indicated for this group. For the LCAP exam, we're happy to report that 71.4% of students made at least 1 level of growth on the English Learner Progress Indicator for LPAC, and they are making great progress towards English language proficiency, and we continue to reclassify students every year. We've reclassified 3 this year so far. Slide 7, please. Slide 7 shows our dashboard data from last year on chronic absenteeism. The bar graph shows Goddard at high for all of last school year, with 14% of our students considered as chronically absent. This data matches the district and national trends of COVID-related absences last year. Students with disabilities were at very high. Our white, Hispanic, 2 or more races, English learner, and socioeconomically disadvantaged subgroups were also all at high. No student groups were at medium or very low, and our Asian population was at low for chronic absenteeism. Currently, our chronic absenteeism rates are at 12%. We are maintaining ADA at 95%, and we continue to monitor attendance and hold SART and SARP meetings as needed. At these meetings, we review grades, attendance, discipline, other supports and resources we can provide, like tutoring and counseling. Mr. Zernico also does a lot of house visits as well. Slide 8. Slide 8 shows our suspension rate from last school year. School-wide, we were at medium for total suspensions, with 2.4% of students being suspended at least once. We did not have any groups, student groups at very high or high for suspensions. One thing we continually talk about and work on during our department chair meetings and staff meetings is making sure that we're all using consistent disciplinary practices with consistent rewards and consequences. We regularly review our discipline policies, and we even had a student handbook committee last school year comprised of parents and teachers, where we looked at several policies around cell phone use, dress code, and other discipline policies and consequences. This year, we've instituted a 0 cell phone use policy from 8 a.m. to the end of the school day. It's been a wonderful policy that we'll continue to uphold next year. We also have a cell phone docking station in the office. Students who continually violate the cell phone policy at school are required to relinquish their cell phones to us for safekeeping for the entire day. So we want all of our students' time at Goddard to be spent on real-life social interactions, conversations, and play. All right, slide 9. Let's talk about some fun stuff. We're going to highlight some of our amazing things that are happening at Goddard. One of the things that I really want to highlight is our counselors at Goddard, and the fact that we do have 1 counselor per grade level. Our counselors do so much to help support our students' academic and social emotional needs. One thing our counselors have been able to do since last year, because we have 1 counselor per grade level, is something called the minute meetings. At the beginning of the school year, our counselors meet with every single one of their students one-on-one to introduce themselves, to ask them about immediate concerns and worries they may have, and to establish that important relationship we want our students to have with our counselors and all adults on campus. They've also expanded our wellness room, and I'm happy to report that the wellness room is a very popular place for students to visit during both lunches. Students go to the wellness room to play games, to talk to their peers, to talk to their counselors, and to do homework. I want to talk about our athletics and events that we have. We have a lot of events at Goddard, a lot. I'll actually compare our events to any high school, and I think we'd probably win. And so, yeah, our web. Our web, ASB, and PTA continue to plan fun student events for all of our students. And here's just a few from just this year. Dances. We had the Welcome Back dance, the Halloween dance, Valentine's Day dance. We're getting ready for the planning the 8th grade promotion dance, Web Wednesday activities, Web Movie Night, the Web Monster Challenge, our amazing Veterans Day Assembly and Celebration, Constitutional Convention, Color Run, PTA Family Bingo Nights, Pep Rally, lunch games and lunch on the lawn, Dia de los Muertos celebration, Wellness Week activities, school-wide dodgeball and basketball tournaments, Halloween pumpkin carving contest and costume competitions, turkey trot, Colby Trail hikes, Avid College visits, Avid College Fair, virtual Holocaust Museum visit and guest speaker events, honor roll theme park trips, all sorts of activities. And we come up with more activities as student interests and wants change. I also want to thank Mr. Espino, our athletic director, who's planned and organized all of our athletics this year. We just finished the basketball season and we're prepping for track and field. I want to highlight all of our band, choir, and orchestra events. We had Rotary Choral Festival 2 weeks ago. We had the Tartan Festival last Friday, Sounds of Noel, orchestra and band holiday concerts, orchestra and knots concerts. The list just goes on and on with all the events that we have. So I'm happy to report that there's a lot going on at Goddard. I did want to take this time to also highlight a couple of important programs that we have. A big shout out to Mrs. Llewellyn and her yearbook students. They have done a phenomenal job. She's here. They've done a phenomenal job at creating lasting memories for our students and families with our beautiful yearbooks, all student done. Ms. Llewellyn and her students also started a Goddard newspaper this year. Students feature stories on staff, events, sports, opinion columns, and other fun pieces that they write about. And so this is all thanks to Ms. Llewellyn. Communication has been important for us at Goddard, and so with our Rocketeer newsletter, we make sure that we're communicating everything that's going on at our school. I spent a lot of time putting together videos and highlights and newsletters to keep our Goddard community updated. The new school website has been completed, and ongoing maintenance and updates are done regularly, and social media posts and Instagram posts help advertise and promote all of our amazing events. This school year in particular, we've also done a lot of work to celebrate and recognize Goddard's diverse student population. As I stated earlier in the demographic data, we have 17 languages represented at Goddard with students, families, and staff of different ethnic and religious backgrounds. We focus through newsletters and informational pieces celebrating the histories, languages, traditions, literatures, art, and music of our diverse community. We will continue to add more events and activities focused around celebrating and learning about different cultures and traditions. We will add on to what we already have year on to year, and I'm open to any additional suggestions and recommendations from our Goddard students and families to do even more in this area. I also want to highlight our AVID program and congratulate Ms. Debbie Hall, our amazing AVID teacher and coordinator. She's also here today. Goddard was recognized as an AVID school-wide site of distinction for the 22-23 school year. This status is awarded to sites that have met AVID's implementation expectations and submitted required documentation that supports program effectiveness and student progress. Many of our teachers, most of them in fact, are AVID trained, and we continue to send more who want to be AVID trained to the summer institutes. AVID and Wicker strategies are all just good pedagogical, good teaching strategies that our teachers use. I would also like to thank the board and highlight some information on paper online tutoring. Thank the board and Dr. DeGrazia for continuing to provide tutoring options for our students through paper online tutoring. Goddard was the pilot school actually for the district with paper tutoring. Our students use the program often and they like it. In fact, Goddard continues to have the most usage for paper tutoring throughout the district. Students are logging in to get help in all content areas, in particular math and English. From August to date, we've had over 1,200 total activities on paper online tutoring with over 400 additional logs for essay submissions and help on writing. So students can get help in different languages, including Spanish, Mandarin, and Arabic, in any content area, 24 hours, 7 days a week. And the students really love the essay submission feature where they're able to submit their essays and receive feedback within 12 to 24 hours on their writing. I would also like to thank the board and Dr. DeGrazia for continuing to fund our campus safety associates positions at both middle schools. Mr. Matt Hicks and Mr. Andrew Delatorre, they were supposed to be here tonight, but they're coaching because it's going to rain tomorrow, so they're coaching today. They've been incredible additions to our Goddard staff. Students they just love our CSAs. Matt and Andrew are two additional adults that students can connect with in addition to keeping our campus safe. They've also coached our basketball teams, and they're just an important part of our school at this point. Next, almost there, I have to thank our Goddard families, our Goddard parents. One of Glendora Unified's belief statements, and my personal favorite, says that the successful education is the shared responsibility of the parents, students, educators, and the community. At Goddard, we wholeheartedly believe in this, and we need the help, support, and cooperation of our families to educate our children in a rapidly and constantly changing world with its very unique and new challenges for all of us. With that, I want to thank my PTA and my PTA president, Ms. Melissa Apodaca, who's here, for their time and work at Goddard. I want to thank the parent and staff members on Goddard School Site Council and English Learner Advisory Committee. We've had full quorums at all of these meetings with parents and staff who were very participatory in these meetings, and they engage to help our school become even better. I also want to thank Goddard and the Glendora community for their generous support and donations for the Turkey Trot and Gift Giving Tuesday fundraiser events. We had $22,500 that we spent from just the Gift Giving Tuesday fundraiser event this year. We purchased brush sets, color pencils, sketchbooks, markers, typing gloves for VAPA. For science and special education, we purchased digital microscopes, sterilizers, human anatomy displays of the heart, brain, and eyeball, digital scales, calculators, dissection materials, and tools, and so much more. For our wellness room and library, we purchased games, furniture, collaborative tables, chairs, lighting, art supplies, board games, and more. Thank you, Goddard and Glendora, for your generosity and love. We can go to the next slide to show the student and staff recognition. One other area that we've worked very hard to grow at Goddard is around student and staff recognitions. We can never have enough ways of recognizing our students and staff for all the amazing work that they do every day. So last year we started awarding students with our Goddard Way cards. Students and staff recognize one another for all the different ways they're upholding our Goddard Way virtues. Teachers can recognize students, and we also have a different set of cards for students to recognize our teachers and staff. These positive and uplifting messages help us all celebrate and recognize all of the amazing things that are happening at Goddard. And students can also participate in regular opportunity drawings by turning their cards into the office. Last year, we also started mailing home postcards with great news from Goddard. These beautiful postcards were designed in Miss Elray's art class by our students, the ones you see up here. We've sent over 300 of these note cards in the last year and a half with positive and uplifting messages from our teachers to our students. And a little bit about our needs. We can go back to challenges and needs. Student social emotional health and chronic absenteeism. This is still an area of concern for most schools. At the middle school level, our students are already naturally going through so much change physically, emotionally, and mentally. All of the social pressures, academic challenges, and their daily lives outside of school and in virtual reality that is on social media, they all add to the different social emotional struggles our students face. Our counselors and teachers do an amazing job making sure our students are taken care of, and together with our parents, we're able to work out plans to help support them, but this continues to be an area of need for all of our schools. Chronic absenteeism is also tied to this area of social emotional health. We have so many students who are depressed or who are struggling with anxiety, making it hard for them to attend school regularly. The COVID closures definitely added to this problem, but our schools were struggling with this even before COVID. More intervention classes. It is my hope that we can have some additional intervention classes. In particular, I would like to have at least 2 separate math intervention classes, one for just grade 6 and another one for a combined 7-8 class. The same for ELA would be preferable so that we can identify students who need that support and place them in these classes early on. I understand the challenges of staffing while we continue to have declining enrollment. But we have to find creative ways to staff appropriately, to reduce overloads, to reduce class sizes, and to offer more elective and intervention options for our students. Student clubs, this is a need. Students want clubs. We've had a lot of interest and inquiries from our students and parents about starting up clubs at Goddard. Goddard used to have several clubs in the past, but in recent years we haven't had any. We're putting together a formal process for applying to start up a club, finding a teacher advisor, writing the club constitution, and doing all the work around creating an official club. So stay tuned for that. I understand GHS has over 50 clubs, so we'll be talking to you, Ms. Norell, for sure. And then for school safety, we will be convening a school safety committee comprised of teachers, students, parents, and GPD law enforcement to assess our safety plan, emergency preparedness plan, and reunification plan in emergency situations using our district's newly adopted standard response protocol model. And then my last slide for our program highlight. There it is. I wanted to take the time to acknowledge and highlight and thank all of our teachers, counselors, and our dedicated Goddard staff. Goddard teachers are among the best teachers the profession has to offer, and we are so fortunate to have them. Not only are these individuals amazing professionals and experts in pedagogy and their content area, almost all of our teachers were either former Goddard students themselves, parents of Goddard students, current and former, or they've been teaching at Goddard for 20, 25, 30 plus years, some of them, and they love our school, they love Glendora, and they love their profession. Goddard teachers work tirelessly to plan and provide engaging, effective, and positive learning experiences for all students, allowing our students to have opportunities to take risks, be critical and creative thinkers, and to collaborate and learn from one another. I want to end this presentation by thanking all of our teachers, counselors, and staff for the work they do. The work they do is always important, it is always urgent, and it is always hard. Thank you for the opportunity to present on our beautiful school. I told Mr. Z that I would do the presentation and he would take the board questions, so I'll see you guys later.
No pressure. All right, any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. A. I appreciate your presentation, and I can, as a parent, a Titan parent, I can say that your communication is amazing. I love not just your Rocketeer newsletter, but how you're constantly communicating with us parents, and I really appreciate that. So thank you for the work that you do with that. Thank you for your efforts to celebrate the diverse student population. I think that is extremely important. The students see it, they appreciate it, they're learning, and I love to see that. I have a question about your CAS interim block assessment that you mentioned. You're using this sporadically, or are you guys testing at any given point? How are you using these tests? Are they being used to kind of identify students that may need additional resources? Are we using that in any other way?
Yeah, so there's a couple different kinds of assessments. There's the interim block assessments, which tests smaller sets of standards. And then this year, I don't know if it was added this year, but I learned about it this year. There's also the focused interim block assessments, which is even smaller portions, smaller standards together. And so we met with our departments, and the English and math teachers decided that they would look at which standards made sense for them, which ones they wanted to assess, to use that data in real time, and also to have the kids practice with the question types. I don't like test prep too much because we already do STAR benchmark testing. We do so many of those things already. I don't want too much of that, but I think the kids need to see the question types before they take the actual exam in April. So the math and English teachers, they all chose different standards that they thought were important and relevant for their current units of study and used those. So throughout February and March, each of the departments assessed. Some of them are still doing so.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned you have one math intervention class. How many students is that serving?
22.
22. And you said you want 2 more math intervention classes, one for 6th grade and one combined. Do we have that need? And if we do, where are we putting them now?
Yes, I mean, so we have 22 now because, I mean, it's an intervention class. I don't want to have more than 22 in one
Right.
class, but the need is definitely there.
So what are we doing with the kids that currently have that need and are not in this intervention class?
In their classrooms, our teachers are doing an amazing job. We are using the math paper tutoring whenever needed. Our students with special needs have the supports that they need in their learning labs with their special ed teachers, but there is a need for that class, especially for the 6th grade one. The 6th grade curriculum, the 6th grade students, they need to have their own class, I think.
Okay. And student clubs that you were talking about, are these like after-school programs that you want to bring into campus?
Either one. They could be after-school programs. They could be clubs that, you know, a lot of clubs, they meet during lunchtime, during the school day. We used to have several clubs, and we've had several parents and students approach us, and a lot of different ideas that they have. So we're going to put together the paperwork for that and advertise it, and then whoever wants to start it up, they have to find a teacher advisor, and do all the paperwork for it, and we'll get some clubs.
Okay, last one, I promise. You said you have 3 counselors, 1 per grade level, and how many student support specialists do you have?
We have one who comes to us only on Fridays.
Okay.
And when I say 3 counselors, it's really 2.5. Our 6th grade counselor is 2.6, so she's Monday through Wednesday.
Okay, and what is the load for your current load for your student support specialists?
Our student support specialist, first of all, we got her this year in February, I want to say. She was full-time at Sandburg. Currently, she meets with a group of students every Friday. She also helps with crisis management at Goddard on Fridays, where we need it the most. And she also helps with the 6th graders when we don't have that 6th grade counselor on Fridays.
Okay, so she picks up the load for that 3rd counselor you don't have every day.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Real quick, could you mention to the audience that little recognition lunch that we went to, what we were recognizing? There was a lot of energy and enthusiasm from both the teachers and the students. It was just a great afternoon. So just in a minute or less,
Mr. Z,
can you just tell us about
Mr.
that
Z runs that.
celebration?
Well, every moment we get, we want to have the opportunity to recognize our students, celebrate them, get excited about school, make school fun for them. And it's another way of us extending ourselves and developing relationships with teachers and students and support staff. And so it just makes it a big, happy little Goddard Middle School. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Of course, I'm a Goddard vet. My 5 kids went through there, and I spent a lot of time on that campus. So thank you very much for all you're doing.
Claim data. It's the first time you've had claim data in a while now, right? So,
Yes.
So when you talk about claim data, and I know you just received it, so is there what's your plan with claim data? What would you do with that data? Would it fit into your intervention classes as you start looking at kids in the areas where the kids aren't doing, so, and I know that's high, I mean, we're near but with the claim data, what do you do with the claim data?
It reinforced our school-wide goal, focusing on writing to continue that. So we used that data and we looked at how students were doing on that to continue focusing on our school-wide goal, which is writing. We have students even writing in our PE classes. So it reaffirms that. It reaffirms what else we want to do with the students who aren't doing well in the intervention classes. But mostly it kind of reaffirmed everything that we were doing really well.
I only have one follow-up question. You mentioned that you, Mrs. Garcia asked about the 2 math intervention classes. The ELA intervention, do you have an ELA intervention?
One, we also have
Okay,
one
so 1,
ELA.
and you'd like 2 more, the same sort
Yes.
of, okay. All right, well, this was.
And we did have that 2 years ago, yes? Yes, 2 years ago.
So, sorry, 2 years ago you had 3?
Yeah, we had 2 and 2. We had 2.
Before COVID, you had 2 and 2?
Yes,
Okay, and now you're at 1 and 1?
Yes.
But you'd like to be at 3 and 3?
2 and 2.
2 and 2, you only want to add 1 more?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, got it. Thank you very much.
We'll take 3 and 3.
Sure. How many do you want? No. Thank you. That was a very thorough and data-rich presentation, which I sincerely appreciate. It really is helpful to get a good perspective on what's going on with your students and your teachers and what everybody's needs are. So I did want to point out, though you did skip it in your presentation, I did notice it. Hold on one second. That you need a new HVAC system, the blacktop
yes.
repaved, and paint the
Yes.
exterior of the school. And we hear you loud and clear.
Yes, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
The blacktop, we started repaving a quarter of it last year. It's beautiful. I'd love to see the whole thing done.
Okay.
And last year, we also painted one of the buildings,
Okay.
the 200 building, and we're doing that step, every year we're adding on, so that's been really nice too. So we're getting there, but yeah,
I went into that boiler room with you, if you remember, at the very beginning
looks
of
like
the
the
school year.
boiler room in the Titanic, right?
Or
you have to
like
put the
Freddy
coal in
Krueger.
there.
I don't know, but it really is something, and
I'm
it is
scared to go into that
It
room.
is a high priority for us as far as both middle schools, a real high priority for those HVAC needs. Hey, There we go. Thank you all very much for coming. We really appreciate you all.
Thank you. Any other
Okay.
questions?
That's it?
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you. All right, here to compare quantity of activities is Mrs. Norrell and Glendora High School.
I'm going to call up my leadership team, but I do think maybe Goddard needs a few more activities to tire Dr. A out a little bit.
Yeah.
Where he gets that energy, I don't know.
They had to stretch their legs.
I know, it feels good. That's why I'm calling up our leadership team here. I think they need to stand. Well, thank you. Dr. DeGrazia, President Reuter, Board of Trustees, and Glendora Cabinet, myself and our leadership team are happy to be with you here tonight to share with some of the many great things that are happening at GHS. Before we begin, I think we still have some of our staff members awake here in the audience. If you guys can stand up really quick. Barb, you have to stand up so we can see you. Stand up or wave. Our staff members here, we have Evan in the back and Emily as well. So we thank them for coming out and staying this evening. It has absolutely been a tough few years for everyone, and much has been spoken of the pandemic and the impact it had on society. Unfortunately, some of our data we're going to share with you here tonight does demonstrate that impact. However, a leadership lesson from the great John Wooden helped us all frame what we see and feel on our campus daily. John Wooden is always known for his national championships and his natural gifts as a teacher and a coach. One of his many lasting legacies is his pyramid of success. Wooden identified 15 blocks or skills that are needed to build on one another in order to achieve success in all things. He spoke often, though, of those cornerstone blocks: industriousness and enthusiasm. He described industriousness as there is no substitute for work. Worthwhile results come from hard work and careful planning. And he described enthusiasm as brushes off on those upon who you come in contact with. You truly must enjoy what you are doing. As I look at what is happening at GHS, I know we are headed to success because our staff and students are the epitome of John Wooden's definitions of industriousness and enthusiasm. Our GHS community is committed to hard work and care for those around us, and with those as our cornerstones, we will see success. We are excited to share a little bit about our reflections and our plans. And before I call her up, our next presenter is our fabulous activities director, Mrs. Deborah Clune. But I'm going to excuse her as soon as she's done because we have some action dance practice happening right after. So when you see her running, know that's where she's headed. So Deb.
Thank you. Slide.
Here, I'll do it.
Okay. Thank you. You're the best. So as you can see, for the most part, the demographic breakdown and enrollment at GHS has stayed consistent over the last 5 years. The most significant changes have come in our EL population, with a 0.8% increase over the past 2 years. We are seeing significant number of newcomers come this year, and we're working our best to ensure that they are identified and provided services and supports as quickly as possible. Our bilingual aides are a special part of our campus who provide our EL students with supports and encourage to connect them to our campus. To date, GHS has not seen a significant change in our school enrollment, but we are anticipating a smaller 2027 class size. Finally, the percentage of students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged is significant, and we continue to be aware of that percentage and ensure that these students have equal access to all corners of our campus. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Danny Kent. Thank you so much.
The GHS Smarter Balanced, otherwise known as SBAC scores, in English Language Arts reflect the 11th grade population that is tested. Overall, all GHS 11th grade students are 38.9 points above standard in ELA and 64.24% of GHS students are proficient. Students with 2 or more races scored in the high range, in the same category as all other students, which shows no equity gap, which is a very positive strive in academic achievement. Hispanic students showed only 1 category below all students, which shows a very close relationship to all students' performance. Students with disabilities show a need for improvement in English language arts support to close those equity gaps. GHS English teachers have been very thoughtful of this data and are working together to make instruction more accessible to these students to improve their performance levels on their next assessment. To end on a positive note, this of the SBAC data, the December STAR test data administered to grades 9 through 12 shows that GHS students scored at least 47% at or above the benchmark standard as compared to the state's performance levels. Additionally, the GHS D and F list in English has not shown any increase. Courtney Corona will share the GHS math performance. Thank you.
The 11th grade students at GHS are in the medium band for math academic performance and are only 29.1 points below the standard. Although below the standard, GHS is 22.6 higher than the state average. Additionally, 44.24% of our students are proficient in their math academic performance according to the Smarter Balance assessment. However, we will work to improve our student supports in math education to allow our subgroup of students with disabilities to access higher levels of achievements in math. Our December 22 STAR data includes all students in grades 9 through 12. Each grade level of GHS students scored 70% or higher, which means they are at or above the benchmark. Furthermore, the GHS D and F rates in math for the 21-22 school year decreased by 2%, and we are hopeful to see this improvement continue for the 22-23 school year as well. Our math department has been reflective and has spent time with the data and has been looking for ways to intervene and provide more supports. This will be done through our addition of our Math Strategies for Success class we've previously shared with you during our course catalog presentation. Next, we have our head counselor, Michelle Ashley, who will share about our EL student progress.
So during the 2021-2022 school year, 45.9% of our EL students made progress in their LPAC. This school year, we were able to reclassify 10 of our 94 EL students. We currently have 13 students at a level 4 who have qualified with their LPAC score, but are missing markers with the STAR assessment or their ELA grade. Sarah Naharo has brought Elevate to our district, which, as it's implemented, will allow this information to be quickly communicated with our counseling and teaching staff to ensure that the areas of student challenges are understood and addressed. GHS has also seen an extremely high rate of newcomers, which provides great challenges at the high school level. During the 22-23 school year, we have had 16 newcomers, 4 of which are exchange students. Our EL instructor and bilingual aides have been amazing at supporting these students with the challenges that they've faced. Next is Rod Tilton who will discuss our suspension rates.
According to the California dashboard, GHS in the median band for suspension rate with a 2.9%. You will see that our significant subgroups are also identified in the medium range, with the exception of Filipino, who are identified as very low on the dashboard. GHS continues to implement MTSS programs for the more minor disciplinary issues such as tardies, dress code violations, and inappropriate cell phone use. Weekly tardy sweep, small class discussion regarding school policies and procedures, and the use of alternatives to Saturday detention are all strategies GHS is using to help change and remediate inappropriate student behavior. GHS does use suspensions to address behaviors that threaten student safety, such as fighting and controlled substances. Care course assignments are used as an avenue for students to reflect on poor choices. GHS has also created a reentry system for students who are suspended to discuss a positive reentry back to school. This reentry process has been beneficial to both students and staff. I would now like to introduce Eric Bondurant to discuss our graduation rates and GHS highlights.
We are excited that our graduation rate continues to soar. For the class of 2021, we had 98.6% of our students graduate within the 4 years at GHS. Looking at the 5 years of education measure, we added another 0.2%, so this class only had 1.3% of the students that did not graduate, which is well above the state average. Now moving on to some highlights for GHS. I'm going to focus first on CTE. We have had many positive developments in CTE over the year. With the addition of aviation and video production, GHS is offering 7 pathways for our students for the 2023-24 school year. Other CTE highlights include that we have established new articulation agreements with Citrus College for CAD and health careers. Students can earn college credit through these agreements with successful completion of their pathway. The robotics team continues to improve at the annual First Robotics Competition and is completing the final preparations for the upcoming competition this weekend. Our health careers advanced students have qualified for the state HOSA competition and head to Sacramento in 2 weeks in hopes of qualifying for the national competition. Our visible photography pathway has created many small student-run businesses that currently serve school teams, organizations, and the community. And finally, our graphic design pathway continues to offer industry certification exam opportunities in multiple Adobe products. Now on to our athletic director, Jerry Llewellyn.
I am happy to report that student participation in co-curricular activities has increased across the board. For the 22-23 school year, GHS has 180 more students participating than we did in the 21-22 school year. GHS currently has 57 clubs, 26 sports, and 8 performing arts groups on our campus. Our students are engaged and connected to campus, which is definitely something that we celebrate. I would now like to bring back Jamie Norrell.
Highlighting a few of our achievements and our challenges, we have a lot to celebrate, but also some areas that are still providing us with some challenges. We continue to celebrate an AP program that thrives. Last year, our AP pass rate increased by 5%, up to 78% in 2022, well above the national and international level. This year, we've already seen an increase in 48 additional students registering to take their exams, and they are taking over 102 additional exams. Another highlight is our instructional rounds program. This process was instituted at GHS by Mr. Paul Lopez himself and brought back this year following some logistical challenges during the pandemic. On 4 different occasions, members of our teaching and classified staff visited classrooms, looking at student learning, engagement, and levels of questioning. The curricular discussions that ensue are valuable to the participants and inform future discussions at department and staff level meetings. We are looking forward to setting up additional visits next school year and are looking for ways to grow this program to impact even more individuals. As you've heard over and over, mental health continues to provide challenges on our campus. We are appreciative of the additional resources that are providing our students the support they need, from our student support specialists, our Dean of Student Support, additional mental health interns, and our fabulous Wellness Center. We are beginning to see steps in the right direction and are encouraged by that. A second challenge would be our A to G rate. Over the last 3 years, we've seen that rate dip from 77% in 2020 down to 66% in 2022 for students who have access to the college prep curriculum. As students struggle to navigate the abrupt transition from in-person learning to online learning to hybrid learning, and then finally back to in-person learning, their academic success was impacted. Over the last few years, we have developed systems that provide students the opportunities to retake courses through our credit-based independent study program and have continued to offer a variety of courses in summer school to help remediate. In addition, with the uncertainties of the college landscape evolving during the pandemic, we saw a dip from 46% of the class of 2020 to 38% of the class of 2022 attending four-year universities. We are seeing course completion increasing and students once again focusing on qualifying for a four-year so they have choices their senior year. We're moving in the right direction and are proud of the new systems that will support students with these challenges. 2022-23, this is getting a little redundant, I know, has proven to be an amazing year with many more exciting events coming our way. From our National Qualifying Ethics Bowl team, to our All-State Wrestlers, to our Mission 17 crew, to our league champions and Palomar's 5 seniors, GHS has a lot to celebrate. A week or so ago, our GHS staff attended the CATA conference. Not only was it invigorating for staff not only was it invigorating for our staff, but it gave this group a chance to focus on creating a school culture that will not only continue to embrace academic, athletics, and artistic excellence, but also focus on ensuring that all students feel included at GHS. We are excited to be looking forward. ASB has been working hard to bring back events that help create the balance of fun and work at GHS. We have improved our systems of communication, which is allowing our students, parents, and staff to know what is happening on our campus. And finally, we have developed systems that will continue to celebrate the successes and wonderful things happening at Glendora High School. As always, we are proud to be Tartans and will continue to celebrate that. And I think Julie probably answered all of your questions, so I think we're good to go. Yeah. But we're on to the question part.
Fabulous presentation, I'm done.
I just have one thing to say. I was, sorry, reading in the LA Times just today. Did you see the article about college attendance is really dropping? And they said maybe it had to do with COVID, that, you know, because they realized they didn't want to go to school or whatever.
Mhm.
And so even people who were accepted to colleges aren't going. So it sounds like it's a national trend.
Absolutely, it
So
is. Yeah.
are you following what they're doing, what the high school students are doing after high
We
school?
do, and I can have Michelle Ashley come up to speak more specifically about that, but our Naviance program really helps us with tracking our graduates. Michelle, do you want to speak to that anymore?
Yeah, sure. No.
Put it right on the spot.
No. So our Naviance program, we do have the students complete a post-graduation survey, and then it does track students based on their statewide student ID, and so we are able to receive data on their 4-year completion rates, their 5-year and their 6-year completion rates, which I want to say is about the 60th percentile in the 4 years. We were just looking at that, but our completion rates for the students that go to college is very high compared to the national average, which we're really proud of. So we do continue to track those students.
Do you know, are any going to like apprenticeships or, you know?
A much smaller group. We do have a lot of students that go to our two-year colleges and participate in the trade and the certificate programs there. And then we have about 1% to 2% that go to more job training programs like apprenticeships and some specific trade schools.
Great, I think that's wonderful, because not everyone, I mean, we want them all to be prepared, but I know that not everyone is meant to go to college.
Exactly.
So thank you, appreciate the presentation, it was great. And Jimmy, congratulations.
Thank you.
We had to wait a long time, but you're the best.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple questions. Can you tell me more a little about your re-entry process after suspension? What does that look like?
Yeah, Mr. Tilton, come on up.
So we usually have the whichever administrator actually handled the suspension, meet with the student, a parent or two parents. We try to get a counselor there as well. And it's more of welcoming them back and letting them know that we want to remember what they did and grow for, but we also have a short memory. We're not going to judge them by the one poor choice that they made, and kind of welcome back, make sure that they got what they needed when they were gone. And on many of the suspensions, we talked about care courses, and I think Julie did as well. A group of teachers put together a great thing through Canvas. I want to say there's over 100 for all grade levels. I think you might start at 4th grade. Of like videos with assignments and reflection pieces so they can reflect. And we kind of talk about that when they come back, of who did it impact? Because a lot of times when they make the poor choice, they're thinking about themselves, and they don't realize that it not only affected them, but their teacher and kids in the classroom and their parents, because their parents had to be interrupted from work, and kind of opens it up. And then just, it's more conversations with the kid. So it's not just, you're in my office, you made a poor choice, go home for 3 days. Now when they come back, I learn a little bit more about them, and then so when I see them in the hallways, we have a better connection as well.
So once they've had this reentry process, is there a follow-up, maybe 30 days later, 60 days later to check in on them and see how things are?
Not structured, no, but because we name, face, story, we know more about their story after having this, and they have more interaction with them. Okay. And a lot of times it's awesome. It's created by them, because now that we've had a one-on-one conversation that's not the bad conversation, when they come back to us, they'll pop in and say, hey, remember we were talking about this? I did this weekend, and so just make that connection.
Thank you. Briefly, you guys mentioned Elevate program. I'm not familiar. Can you explain that?
I can. So Sarah could probably do a much better job, but it is a new program coming to us where all of our EL students, their data is going to be in one program that is going to be able to be accessed by our counseling staff, our administration, and all of our teachers. Even to the point that they can run like an accommodation list, knowing here's how we can support these teachers in the classroom. So it's going to be really fabulous data for our teachers to be able to access in real time to know what level that student's at. Sarah,
Is that
what did I
going to be?
forget?
Does that start at the elementary and that carries on with the student ID, or is that just for high school?
Elevation houses all of our EL data in one place. It houses their EL accommodation plans, any services they're receiving, if they have an ELD class, if they have a bilingual aid. It houses all of their course grades and monitors them once they've been RFEP'd. We monitor them 4 years, and all those forms are now kept in Elevation. The other thing, and that's for K-12, we brought that on at the beginning of this school year. It actually helped us efficiently and effectively reclassify 57 students in the month of February. So we were able to do that at a very efficient pace. Now we're on to RFEP monitoring. We have 197 students that will need to be monitored. Those are students that have been reclassified. And we monitor them for 4 years, and Elevation helps us do that. And the second part, I'm becoming the expert in it, so then I can support the principals, teachers, and counselors at all levels use Elevation. And then the second part of that is once we have all of that student data and we understand that, Elevation has a strategies platform that provides professional development modules based on the student data and needs that is in Elevation.
Okay, so it's Elevation, not Elevate.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And my final question, your 38% attending four-year university is really like, what? Can you tell me more about, and I understand the COVID implications and all that stuff, what is the plan? What are we going to do? Are we trying to, of course we're trying to improve these numbers, but how are we doing that? Yeah, tell me more.
So I think two areas. Number one, we had a couple of years when we were in the middle of the pandemic that finding ways to remediate was a real challenge. Our whole landscape of independent study and course recovery just was tossed up with the pandemic. So having our credit-based independent study, our CBIS program, has really helped. Kids are able to make up those classes that maybe took them off the A to G track. And then just again, a renewed focus on that discussion on why A to G is important. Like what Robin said, not every kid has to go to a 4-year, but making sure you're eligible and you have those choices to make your senior year. So really bringing those discussions back, but probably the credit recovery was the biggest impact on those numbers.
So this was, the 38% was for last year, 2020?
Our last year's seniors, correct, who missed, they were really caught in that 2-year bubble of that system not really being played out after the pandemic.
And what is it looking like for this class?
We don't usually, do you have a preliminary? We usually do it right after graduation.
Yeah, it is higher, it's trending higher right now. There's a lot fewer kids that are going into second semester needing to make up D's and F's. But I also want to mention too, even though we're talking about the 4-year statistic.
Come to the microphone, sorry, come to the microphone.
Sorry.
Our overall college attendance rate is still remains high. We just have a higher percentage going to a 2-year last year than a 4-year. And that's kind of reflective again of some of the national statistics of students a little bit maybe reluctant to leave home.
Yeah, I get it. And so do you have those numbers of what percentage of last year's class ended up going to a 2-year college?
We can absolutely share those with you. all the way down to trade and
Because I agree with
military.
you, it's being prepared, so having met those A through G requirements, of course, the students have an option, and not everybody wants to go to a four-year college, but making sure that we're preparing them and that they have that choice. I always tell my kids, like, as
It's
long
all
as you
about
have
the
that
choice.
choice, definitely. So thank you for your presentation, very thorough, and I appreciate the participation of your staff.
Thank you.
Done.
Credit-based independent study, is that Edgenuity, all Edgenuity?
It is doing that through Edgenuity, and this year we have moved to having content-specific teachers administering in each of the 4 core content.
Okay,
So they are able to provide support that in real time to those students too.
Last thing, numbers are not that bad. I know we always beat ourselves up right about the numbers are dropping. Came out of a rough time. Numbers are pretty good, I think, for moving along with 70 with the A through G completers. We all know that kids make choices, and right now they're making choices to go to 2-year university, which is okay. I mean, 2-year community college, which is okay. So, no, excellent. Everything's good. Just remember not to beat yourself up too much. Everything's going well at GHS for sure. And it's in good hands.
Thank you.
With all of you.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay. I did have a question. The A to G completions is the challenge. Do you know roughly what percentage of the classes that are offered are A to G classes?
We're at, I'm horrible with numbers, I would say close to 90%. It's really just our semester electives that
Okay.
aren't A to G approved right now. We have an extremely, the vast majority, a lot qualify in that G range. Some of our electives, but
Are we working to
And special
try
education,
and get, is it possible, is it something that's done in high schools where every class that's offered at that high school is A to G, so you don't run into situations where kids are a couple credits shy or whatever the case might be?
I would say that our classes that are not A to G are not those that are preventing. So there's nothing in those categories where our students are really struggling to meet that category that is not A to G. The minute we propose a new class, if it's eligible, it goes right into that
Okay.
process. That's
Okay.
just part of our system.
Okay, all right, it's not, okay, I understand what you're saying. And then I feel like the summer school program has been significantly more robust these past 2 summers. Can you
Exactly.
talk a little bit about how that's being used, what's happening as far as that's concerned?
Yeah, so we're actually offering probably the same classes, but with being able to use Edgenuity in the afternoon. So students are able to come during our regular day to remediate in English or math, and then they can come in the afternoon to our CBIS or our Edgenuity program and pick up anything in history. We also have 2 science classes now during our summer school day, which has been helpful. So chemistry and biology are also being offered. So we do see a lot of students accessing.
And are for the most part, other than the health and CCP class that has always been offered in the summertime, is it remediation, not enrichment?
Correct.
Right, okay.
Except for the 9th grade.
Health and
10th,
CCP.
And 10th
Yeah.
and above health CCP.
Okay. And then as far as the mental health challenges are concerned that you mentioned, we have all of our counselors who are working really, really hard.
Absolutely.
And then we have 1 student support specialist at Glendora High School.
We do. So the structure we have is we have our regular counseling staff, and then our student support staff or specialist is kind of an additional level. So she's taking some of our more higher profile and students and really working with them in addition to the counseling support that they're getting.
So would you say the counselors are doing tier 1 and the student support specialist is doing tier 2?
Yeah, I think that's the best.
Okay,
yes.
great. And do you have a ballpark guess of the load that the student support specialist may be carrying on average?
She has 87 students right now.
Okay.
And do you want to share our wellness?
Sure. Yeah. These are fun numbers. So our student support specialist has 87 students. She does have the higher risk group. She's providing additional support to our higher risk groups, which includes the homeless, the foster youth, and some of our students that need more emotional, social support. Our wellness center, which has been up and running now, this is our 2nd year, which is wonderful. We just hit over 1,500 check-ins this year, starting since September. So the need is great. We appreciate what we have, but
you could use more.
We could use more. Yeah.
And tell me what is happening with the tier 3.
So the tier 3 would be what we would say is the next level up. We do have 3 DIS counselors, 1 full-time, 2 part-time. They see approximately, I think, 84 students that provide on an IEP. We also have MFT interns working under Lucia Fernandez. We've got 3 interns this year. Not full-time, but part-time, who see about 13 of our higher risk regular education students.
Okay. All right, well, I don't want to steal their thunder with their mental health presentation that they're going to be giving here pretty soon, but I do think it's really important for us on the board to all understand what the student support specialists are facing from kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade.
And just, we keep referring to her in the third person.
She's right
but
here.
She is here.
Yep,
It's Brittany
she is.
Woolridge, yes.
Yes, yes. I'm happy to. I'm always really happy to have all the staff present and have staff here supporting, because we really do appreciate hearing from them and understanding what it's like in the classroom.
Team.
Does anybody else have any? Go right ahead.
Thank you for bringing up that wellness. I was going to ask my daughter, I think some of you may know her, she taught at the high school for a while, and she's currently a teacher, and in addition to the wellness center, her classroom is open for students to come in at lunchtime and just relax or take a breather. Do we have a place for our students other than the wellness center classroom, or is there a place that's open during lunch periods or break periods where students can go to check in and
I think one of the greatest things is Tartan tutorial. So every morning from 8 to 8:30, our teachers are in the classroom. So you will find a lot of students making connections with staff at that time. And then so many of our staff are in their rooms at lunch or at nutrition, and find students gravitating that way. We had to go check on Kurt the other day because a huge group of kids walked into his room, and we wanted to make sure everything was good. So yeah, our teachers,
very good.
it's
So
a
do we have
24/7
any
job.
idea how many students visit those kinds of classrooms in a period? Is it 50,
No.
100, or
Yeah, I mean,
just in and out?
to count those interactions would be endless. I mean, our teachers, it's truly become a 24/7 job, whether
Good.
they're checking in on email and through Canvas and all of that. They're supporting our kids 24 hours
And I
a day,
know
truly.
that the teaching support job has become much more because of things
Absolutely.
restarting, and there's a whole new level of attributes that are needed in the classroom, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you making those. I think we had actual teachers that went into those wellness roles and student success roles, and I hope we can keep that going and have more of it to help combat some of those external forces that
Absolutely.
are causing people to feel uneasy when they're on campus.
Yeah.
So I applaud you for
Absolutely.
that. And my
Thank you.
closing statement is, I would like you to send me a link or a text where I can buy one of those cool G pins.
Oh, we'll get you
Because
one.
They
We
must,
have a
they really
few,
outshine the
yes.
pin I have. But, yeah.
I'll
I'm
check
I'm
my
doing it
purse.
the
I may
reverent
have an
way.
extra.
I'm doing it in a very reverent way. But I have one, I do have one that a former principal gave me at a fundraiser that looks like a football with a G on it.
Nice.
But that's just I mean.
Okay.
It's nice and it's a magnet.
Remember
It's
those,
nice.
Paul? Do you remember those football G's?
Well,
Yeah,
we
I
have a certain
those.
assistant principal that forgets it every time we present, so I have a stack in my purse. I'll check before I go.
And you know what? This was just a great report. I don't have any questions about the numbers. The numbers look great. Your enthusiasm with your team, I think, is infectious. And I appreciate every one of these, although I don't like the extra time they take. I certainly like the data that we get from them.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And thanks for this supplemental information. Thank you for this additional supplemental information to be able for us to look at. This is actually really interesting. Thank you. Okay. The moment we've all been waiting for is here, Jeanette. It's time.
Monica, look.
See?
You got one?
It appeared.
See, ask and you shall.
You shall
We all
receive.
want one.
Dagmar left early. Dagmar left before the first. Just to get up early.
All right.
That is not.
That is so cool.
It's a magnet one, right? Oh no, that one's a pin. I have one that's a magnet. It's nice.
Yeah, they're better.
Yours isn't a magnet? Maybe I'm making that up. Anything's possible.
Well, our signs are board.
Yeah, they are. Plants for the People, I think is a pin. I think mine.
Okay, Janet, you have 3 minutes.
No, 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 no,
Good joke.
We all want to get out of here.
no. Okay.
So exciting.
Moving right along. Thank you, ladies, for staying in the back. We really appreciate it. We're happy to have you here. Evan, shout out. Thank you very much.
Don't you have to be in school tomorrow?
We are moving on to our second interim report and turning it over to Mrs. McCarr.
Thank you very much. Well, it's my pleasure to, one, be able to introduce Jeanette Walzak. She is an amazing executive director for our fiscal services. And tonight we're really talking about the second interim report. And this is one of our 3 major financial statements that we really come back and we have to share with you and report to the state on exactly what's happening in the progress of our budget. Within these reports, you have the first interim, which occurs for the period of July 1 through October 31st, and we presented that in December, just as our new board members are coming on board. And then we have our second interim now, and then we'll go through our unaudited actuals back in July with a report in September as to how we actually closed out the books and really what remains in our budget. This evening, the financial second interim really talks about the results of our financial results and projections that we had, that we brought to you when we adopted our budget, and the most current data that's out there. We're also looking at whether or not the fiscal viability for the district is stable, and so we'll be talking about that and delivering any adjustments to some of the routine financial changes that may have occurred, or maybe some that might not have been expected, perhaps. And then we're also going to be updating our categorical revenues and our expenses that go along with that. And then an update with expenditures with our most current data that's available to us as to what we receive. You know, we don't receive all of our money all at once. We receive it in apportionments, and we continue to monitor that with great fiscal confidence. There's 3 things I really want to point out to you inside the presentation that you're going to hear tonight. One, I want you to pay really close attention to the grant allocations that we received this year. This is a huge compliment to all the staff that's been involved in going after these grants and bringing them forward. It really helps to change the conversation and what we can do with our regular budget. And also want you to take a look at the multi-year projections and then the history of CalPERS and STRS and some of the changes that are on the forecast that we didn't see coming when we thought there might be a downward shift. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeanette. She's going to take it from here.
All right, great.
Thank you,
Mrs.
Walzak.
Bakar. Good evening, Dr. DeGracia, esteemed board members. Thanks for having us to present this second interim. So talking about some of the assumptions we've used for this report, again, talking about the ADA, which is based on the compounding average ADA is based on the 3 years prior ADA. For 21-22, we have 6,188.15. 21-20 is 6,863.92. And you'll see a significant, a big difference between those two because for 2019 and 2020 and 21-20, we're using prior to COVID, which was the actual ADA from 2018. Along with that, we're also including the annual ADA as well as the county educated special ed, which is 16.48 and 14.44 respectively. So for 22-23, our funded ADA is 6,669.58. In comparison to our actual ADA for 21-22 is only 6188. So right there, we're definitely getting more funding because of this 3-year average. Another assumption for unduplicated pupil count is 38.91%. That's going to go down in the next couple of years because of some of the things that happened this year. And adjusted COLA for this year is a total of 13.26. We had 16.56 and then an additional adjustment of 6.7%. Next is our general fund, I'm sorry, I'm missing a page, is our general fund balance component. So I'm showing the 2 columns, which is the adopted budget, which is from the first interim, and then the second interim column. So we have the 3% minimum stayed required, which is the reserve for economic uncertainty. So that went down a little bit because since our expenses went up, we have to increase that reserve. And then we have the projected assigned balance, 4.1 million. Included on that is another 3%, so we have a total of 6% reserve. We have an unappropriated fund balance of 1,055,952, and then our total unrestricted fund balance is 14,173,177, which is a decrease of 1.2 million in comparison to the adopted budget from the first interim. Next is the LCFF, are some of our general fund revenues. We had just a slight adjustment from second interim to first interim. So for LCFF entitlement, it went down a little bit by 11,165. Federal revenue remained the same. State revenue went up a little bit, and that's the allocation for the UPK of 243,198. Local revenue, some increase on that. It's regarding some of the SELPA transportation costs because of the transportation plan, which we will be presenting next in the next board meeting. What happened with the transportation plan is basically built into the SELPA. So whatever the cost, because our transportation is through the SELPA, so we have an allocation, and they give us the net amount. So we had to make an adjustment to show that whatever the total transportation is, basically transportation costs, so that we can show it in our financials. The components of the ending fund balance, we have the revolving, sorry. I'm sorry, because I'm missing another page. So now the general fund expenditures, okay, so we have the certificated salaries, which increase a little bit. No change in the classified salaries. Employee benefits increase, books and supplies decrease, and then we had to increase some of our services due to some of the increases in, utilities increase significantly, and some of the other services that we've seen increase throughout the year. So we made an adjustment on that, and then just a slight increase in the transfers of the indirect costs. Now the components of the ending fund balance. So we have the revolving cash in stores, $40,000 assigned. As I included earlier, includes the 2.8 million REU. And then we have the committed to Fund 17. So back in September, we did a resolution to create Fund 17, which is basically a special revenue fund, and that is to set aside some funding for unexpected things like revenue shortfalls. We set aside things for the pool, athletic fields, and increases in statutory costs, technology refresh, as well as some of the salaries and benefits changes. Next, as Tracy had mentioned earlier, some of our grants this year that we received, we have the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which is, as far as we have heard, it's ongoing. Last year for 21-22, we received roughly $687,000. For this year, our allocation is $2,045,737. We have the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant, and that's $4.1 million. We also have the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, which is $5.1 million. And then the Universal Pre-Kindergarten Planning and Implementation Grant. This year's allocation is $243,000. And just a couple of days ago, we received words that we did get the CalShape Ventilation and Plumbing Program grant that we had applied for. So the total grants is $11.5 million for 22-23. Just wanted to go over a little bit about the Arts, Music, and Instructional Material Block Grant, what we can use it for. So basically, it's quite, it's a little bit, it's very open, so we can use it for operational costs, COVID-19 materials such as material supplies and equipment, and then obviously instructional materials and professional development for improving this the school culture, and then it also has a component for the diverse and culturally relevant book collections for school and classroom libraries. And then the LEAs are encouraged to use the funding proportionately across all of the 5 areas mentioned above. For our multi-year projection for LCFF, for COLA this year, we're using the 12, they are saying the funded COLA is 12.84, but the total is actually 13.26. For 23-24, they came out in January that it's 8.13, and then for 24-25, COLA is expected to be 3.54. And then our unduplicated pupil count for the current year is 38.91. Next year it's 38.06, and then 24-25 is the 31.96. So if we're going from 38.91 to about roughly 32%, we're gonna see roughly about, anywhere from 1 to 1.5 million decrease in funding. I also just illustrated the LCFF dollar per ADA. So it's by grade span, K through 3, 4 to 6, 7 through 8, and 9 through 12. So every year it basically, increases due to the COLA. So for, let's just take K through 3. So this year it's 10,119. Next year it goes to 10,941. And then the third out year is 11,229. And that is the dollar allocation per ADA. For enrollment, currently we're sitting roughly around 6,500, anywhere from it changes daily. So 6,575 for 23-24. We're projecting enrollment at 6,505. We've met some, with the school sites to talk about their projections. So that's going to continue to change. And hopefully by the time we do the budget in June, we can have a better idea of where enrollment is so that we can project what our funding is going to be. And then our average daily attendance, or ADA, for 22-23 is, we're projecting it the same, which is 6,141. 23-24, 6,076, and then 24-25, 6,073. I'm seeing a little bit of a better pattern in our ADA. So before the pandemic, we were at roughly 97%, and then during the pandemic, it went down from 97 to 91%. But now, with the current year data that we have, we're showing roughly anywhere from 92 to 93. So that's definitely good. So for our LCFF projection, for this year, as I mentioned, it's the 6,669.85. For 23-24, with the 3-year rolling average, it's 6,428.79. And then for 24-25, that's when we're really experiencing the dip, is 6,130.47. If we continue to increase our ADA, then obviously those numbers will increase as well. And then for LCFF dollar-wise, 75 million this year, 78,177,168 for next year, and then the 24-25, 76,414 and $784. Categorical program, the COLA, same as the funded COLA. So basically what we do with that is if some of the state programs do provide us with the COLA, so if the regular funded COLA is say 8.13, then we do get that COLA with some of the categoricals program as well. And then the lottery per ADA, there's no change, 170 for unrestricted, and then 67 for restricted. Same with the mandated block grant. Next is the STIRS, we haven't seen any increases, but PERS continues to increase. When we went to the January budget, The projection originally for this, for the 24-25 was a decrease from 24.37 to roughly 24 some odd percent, but now that's changed. So we're seeing that for CalPERS, we have 25.37%. 23-24 is 27%, and then for 24-25 is 28.1%. So it's pretty significant. CalSTRS seem to be consistent at 19.1, but we'll see that that's probably going to change soon. Unemployment rate, right now we're at 0.5%. We just got an email this morning from LACO that our UI rate for next year, instead of 0.2, it's going to be 0.05, so a tad bit decrease. And then again, we still have the RRMA, which is the routine restricted maintenance account, which we have to fund 3% of the total general fund expenditures. So right here, I just wanted to show the STRS and PERS rate from 2009 to 2006. So for 2008-2009, PERS was 8.25 and PERS was 9.428. And then as you can see, 25-26, we're going from 9.425 to 28%, 28.8. So that's really bad. Sorry, I don't know how else to put it. Yes. So, some of the budget challenges, right, is our LCFF. So we all know, we have our declining enrollment, and then we've also have experienced declining attendance rate. But on a good note, we're seeing that it's starting to increase again now that we're back in and not so much about all the COVID restrictions and whatnot. And then another thing is the unduplicated pupil count is significantly less than originally calculated. Again, we're seeing, with the inflation rate, we're all experiencing that. We're seeing increases in utilities, supplies, services. And then for next year, we're also, we're estimating that there will be 30% in increases for insurance premium, and that's related to general liability and workers' comp. Health and welfare benefit premiums will continue to increase. We're still trying to put all that together. And then we have the step and column salaries adjustment. And as we talked about just a couple minutes ago, the CalSTRS and CalPERS pension contribution increases. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Vacar to talk about the state budget outlook.
Thank you, Mrs. Walzak, for that great presentation. I know it's a lot of information in a very quick period of time, and I just want to thank you and your team for putting it all together. The fiscal outlook is interesting. The legislature is telling us that there's a budget problem of $24 billion in the upcoming year. So we're hearing that loud and clear. The cost for local control funding formula is lower than we initially anticipated back in 21-22 when we did our budget. Again, we are going to start seeing some other declines that come along with that. The Constitution requires that the legislature fund Prop 98, but they're not putting all the revenues into it that they should be putting into it. They're actually still funding a little bit lower. I'm sure CSBA will be talking a lot more about that with you. So we're going to be monitoring that and watching that very closely. And the legislature is planning on recommending funding for COLA rates that actually is not, what's going to be, so let me see. So the COLA rate will actually be higher than what the state governor's COLA is going to be. So he's not going to fund the entire COLA that's sitting out there, is what we're hearing. And so we'll continue to watch that and see what the actual May number looks like when the May revise comes out. But we've already been given a warning that it won't be at the same COLA rate that we hear about federally. So that will be interesting. And that actually has an impact on everything that we do, all of our services that we do, anything that we order, being able to help and support our employees with cost of living adjustments, that has a complete impact on that. And then they're also going to be considering reductions to some existing programs that they had kind of championed out there. And they're basically coming back to districts and telling you, you look at your local control funding formula and you decide whether or not that's a program you want to keep or not keep. And so they're kind of putting it back on you, but they're not maybe going to fund it to how they had funded it before in the past. So they're saying you have this lump of money. You decide which programs are most important and most valuable to you. Although these were ones that they championed and they gave us seed money with, it's always difficult to go off and take away certain programs when that happens.
Is that TK?
No, it doesn't necessarily mean TK. It could be anything. It could even be like the arts program that they originally talked about and where all the funding for the arts was supposed to come. And now they've kind of made it a little bit more broad so that we can use it for other things such as instructional materials. So they're kind of giving you some more liberal ability for us to be able to use that. So things that we want to watch. It's nice when they go off and they tell us that they're championing a certain program, but it's not uncommon for them to come back later on and say, is it important to you? If so, then you're going to continue to fund it, and you're going to figure out from your funds how you're going to do that, and or go back and reevaluate your programs. Are your programs doing well in certain areas, or are those ones that you should maybe shift to do something different with? So they're actually asking us to be smart about our data. We are. We do a great job with tracking data in this district, and I really want to compliment the team that does that. And those are important elements. And then I think really the great news, and I think Ms. Walzak and I are thrilled to be able to share that we have a positive interim report that we're turning in for our certification to LECO and to the state. And so, and also we can fund our next 2 years of obligations that we are actually out there projecting for. Some next steps that you're going to see. So we're going to submit our second interim report to LECO for review. We still have our P2 ADA data that's due here coming up in April. We have the local control accountability plan that's moving forward, and we're working very closely with Ed Services on that and working together collaboratively. We have the governor's release of his 23-24 May revise. That's always interesting to see what actually comes out of that. And then very quickly, we have to make the budget adjustments for our district budget on June 12th.
Based on that budget revise.
That happens in the middle of May. Like, it's like a fast turnaround. We may be begging for a couple extra days. It's gonna be a tight turnaround to do it in early June. With that, we would be happy to entertain any questions, and I really want to thank Mrs. Walzak and her team for the amazing job that they did working on this. I see Yana's in the back, and I know she was great about sending us all the fiscal reports from food services and nutrition so that we can make sure that we can balance out our second year. So thank you very much for that work.
I have one quick question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just sorry.
Okay, yeah, just go for it, yeah.
So you even put it in blue, which caught my attention too. Unduplicated pupil count is significantly less than originally calculated. Tell me more about that. And how did we miscalculate?
I'm gonna bring Dr. Naharo here to help me explain this data that she helped us compile.
That unduplicated count data comes from our free and reduced lunch counts. And we will be returning to the lunch applications next year in our direct certifications. Just so we have one single source of truth coming from our Mosaic Food Services department. The last 2 years, because of the changes in free lunches and breakfast, we used an income survey, which the most accurate data will be the free and reduced lunch applications as well as the direct certification, and we are expecting a little bit of a decline in that area.
So, just so that I understand this, a lot of the reports that we were given, where they were giving us the data, like high school said 42% of our students are and so you're saying that those numbers don't directly correspond with our free and reduced application?
Those numbers were from 21-22 and for 2021, and they are a little bit higher than what we will see in the future once we go back to the applications.
Okay.
So that number will decrease a little bit.
And
So will they continue to receive, everyone
Yes.
receive free lunch?
As long as the free lunch and breakfast program exists, but we will need the applications to get the most accurate count of our students. Plus, it will have students and families be eligible for the ELOP program, which is they must fill out a free and reduced lunch application or have direct certification. So those lunch applications will be extremely important. They always had been prior to COVID, but now even more so, especially because of the ELOP program, and that's how they qualify, one of the ways they qualify.
Sorry, can I jump in there? Are you guys going to make that free and reduced lunch application mandatory through the re-registration process
Yes.
every year? So
It
that
has-
you
it-
can't skip it?
It will, it is in the process, it is, it had been in the re-registration process. We use the income survey instead, and we will go back to the application process. However, anybody can fill out an application anytime, even now, if they have
Okay.
not filled one out this year. I highly encourage anybody to fill out the application, because the more applications we have on file, at this point, we can boost and look to our summer feeding program. So we want to make sure that we have all of those on file, so they don't have to do it just at the re-registration time, but that was the time we will capture everybody to do it.
Dr. Naharo mentioned the summer feed program that we do here, which is an amazing program where we're able to get food out to anyone that's in Glendora, not just at a certain site. But we've got one site in particular that really helps us get to that number, and that's Stanton. And so we really want to encourage the Stanton parents that if you need to fill out an application, you're helping not only your family, but many other families to have access to really great food this coming summer. We're a little short right now in our applications. We're going to be setting up a table over at Stanton for the back to school night. To be,
Open house.
to be able to help and get that done. And then we also look at our direct certification numbers that come from other agencies as well, and our nutrition staff does a great job of helping to monitor that as well. So.
Do we know how much longer we're going to have free lunch for everyone? You know?
I do know, so far it's indefinite.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as of right now, anyone gets a free breakfast and gets a free lunch.
So I think that makes it harder for that incentive to fill out that application.
That's why we gotta make it mandatory
Yes,
through
and
the
that-
process.
and what will help again is the ELOP program, because in order to qualify for the benefits of that program, you must have a free, either direct certification or a free and reduced lunch application and qualify, obviously not just fill it out, but actually meet the requirements. ELOP is also foster youth and homeless, but the free and reduced lunch application will drive a lot of those benefits if they meet those qualifications.
I guess highlighting the benefits of that ELOP program may be enticing to like fill out that application if
And-
it's not so much the free lunch because it's already happening. I don't know. Good
That's,
luck.
yes, that
Thank
is
you.
exactly what we
Thank you for
are doing
clarifying.
and plan on continuing doing.
Thank you.
But we definitely have some strategies that we're looking at to be able to hopefully get that number up to where we need it for the summer.
I'm gonna throw out there also that the team has been working together a lot lately on our ELOP plan, which we will present soon. But there's also been a lot of strategizing behind the scenes on how we can really communicate with not only our parents that already qualify, especially our parents that already qualify, so that they understand the benefit of that application, and that it includes those enrichment opportunities, the free daycare. And we want our families to really be able to take advantage of that. So we've been doing a lot of strategic communication about that too, so that we can encourage them, in addition to sending an email, send a text message to tell them to check their email, just to really targeted to the particular people who qualify, so that we can try to get more participation.
You done? Okay. I think this is my second interim report, so I have a question. I wanted you to stop on the slide you were on, but I didn't want to interrupt you. So if you would go back to the first multi-year projection assumption slide. You had like 3 of them, I just put the very first one. And what I don't understand is, I was under the impression that we were paid for the TK program too somehow. And I don't know what the cost per student, I don't see TK here. I see K through 3. Yeah, we get paid for TK, right?
Yes, we do. So for the TK, it's a different allocation. So this right here, so that's basically just our regular LCFF, and then they do like a separate line item that says TK allocation. So for 22-23, it's roughly $250,000.
Which was more of a planning grant that went along with it.
So, you don't have to do it tonight, but for me, could you tell me how that correlates to the K, if K through 3 is 10,119 this fiscal
Oh,
year.
absolutely,
Could you
yes.
tell me how that correlates to TK?
TK,
And how
yes.
far down does T go? Ks are 5-year-olds, right?
No, 4.
No, but how far down does the T go?
4 years.
4 years old by a certain month.
So 4, so,
Current school year is 4 years old by February 1st. Next school year, excuse me, 5 years old by February 1st. Following next 23, 24, it'll be by April, and then 25, 26, it'll all the way through June. So it'll be essentially a 4-year-old class in 2 years.
so we'll get more TKs and more money, so per TK attendance, do we get paid per attendance like we do for the other students?
Yes, we do, when they're age eligible.
Yes.
When they're age eligible.
When they turn
So 5
5,
years old
yeah.
by a certain date is kindergarten, 4 years old to 5 years old is TK by a certain date, and that date is creeping lower.
Correct.
Will there be like 3-year-old TK someday?
That's part, the UPK umbrella, that's part of the universal preschool, and then TK is for the.
But I'm very curious about the TK program, the cost of our preschool program, and how we fund that, because I don't see any of that here, like from a standpoint of revenue versus costs. And in other words, we have a school site that has, I don't know, how many classrooms does William has? I'm gonna make the number 30? Is there 30 classrooms at Williams?
But they're not ready.
Okay, so if there's 30 classrooms at Williams, it's a school, and you can fill that with students at 20, is that 600 students? I'm asking you, Jeanette.
Oh.
So, so what I'm trying to say is that 600 students at $10,119 per head, that's revenue that we would get. True or false?
True.
So we have a school there that doesn't have that formula, it has another formula. And there's a, pardon? I get that, but there's a that's a drain on the revenue, that's a drain on the revenue. That's a cost, which has an adverse effect on the revenue, because you still have to heat it and cool it and do whatever you're gonna do. Right, but what I don't see in these interim in that report is like, okay, we have that potential revenue source, but we're not creating revenue with it. It's cost, my inkling is the cost to benefit of that is a negative towards the rest of our positive revenue. So,
Eventually, no. I think you're gonna see it as being a revenue opportunity here.
well, rather than it be anecdotal, I'd like to see it. Like, I'd like to see how our TKs add to our revenue, which I think is a good thing, and then how that type of a facility adds to our revenue versus our cost. I mean, I'm just interested in that personally on a financial model there. So that was my TK question.
Good question.
The other question I have is PERS versus STIRS. What's the percentage of, I'm operating under the assumption we have more STIRS than PERS employees here. I think that would be a legitimate hypothesis for a school.
That's correct, yes.
What is the percentage of STIRS versus PERS? Is it 70-30? Is it 80-20?
No, it's probably close to, because I'm just thinking about salaries. So our STIRS certificated salaries were at roughly 38 million, and then our classified is about 13. So that's the same. I would think that would be the same percentage between the STIRS and the PERS.
I don't understand that.
Okay.
I'm a simple man. So are you saying we have $38 million
$38 million,
worth of
so can you
PERS?
take 13 divided?
STIRS?
No, just that's the salaries for those two, so she's saying 38 million.
Stirs.
38 million STIRS, 13 million PERS. So those are your percentages relative.
Okay.
They're not, those are not STIRS and PERS numbers, those are just
So
the
we're
salary
looking
numbers.
at 75-25, so
There you
70.
go.
That's what it
We
was
just
like.
needed an
I
extra
had
minute.
to, I had to do some
Yeah,
calculations.
no, you got it. I was gonna say 70-20.
75-25,
that's fine.
yes.
So the impact of the STIRS obviously is less, or the PERS, but the nexus of 0 to 30 is higher, but it's on a
Right.
smaller number
Right.
of people.
Correct,
Yes.
correct.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's enough for now.
All right.
I just didn't understand those two things.
All right.
Those are good questions.
And we will follow up with the question regarding the TK.
Model.
Okay, arts, music, and instructional material block grant, 5 things, this may be more, Mrs. McCall. Not one of them says art, music, or, I don't understand this.
I can help on that. So we have also been working very closely and have a presentation you'll be getting in the coming weeks. You're going to be seeing a lot of the trio here. And it actually is very broad, and we've been working as a team to look at some of our more restricted grants for things. For example, when you have like Prop 28, it is only for VAPA, and 80% of it is for new staffing that goes in front of your students. So we were looking at what expenditures do we want to do there, and then as we have expenditures that can't come out of there, but we want to enhance, then we look at the more free using of the arts materials, arts, music, and instructional materials. But a lot of that will have, so there are 5 different categories in there, and they recommend, not mandate, that you use them equally. But for example, for us, we have a lot with, for example, our NGSS adoption going on. And so some of the funding for supporting our teachers through that process goes through there. But we'll go more in detail. But it really does give you a lot of broad parameters for usage, and we're trying to be very strategic for using
Art
that.
and music?
Art and music are in there, yes. Yeah, in addition to,
Is it
you'll be seeing
little
some
or-
from Prop 28.
Little or big?
We're looking at a lot of different supports for art and music. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, just had to speak up for that.
Thank you, Dr. Prince.
I've got, do you have any questions? Okay, sorry, I thought that was what you said. Okay, congratulations and well done on the 2022-2023 grant allocations. That is some significant funding that is coming our way through the hard work of many different departments coming together to figure that out. For the sake of our TV viewers, is the $1,026,810 on the cow-shaped ventilation and plumbing programs enough to pay for the middle school, high school, or the middle school HVAC systems?
No.
Not even close.
Not even, yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah.
We are actually going to be looking at hopefully maybe a legislative ask on helping for some support systems for our middle school ventilation systems in particular.
Can you give us a ballpark figure on those middle school ventilation systems?
Yeah, Tommy's been kind of working on that for me. We're thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe as much as $4 million each.
Each. $8 million total. Okay. All right, and then I think my other question was the unduplicated one that you already answered. All right, are there any follow-up or any additional comments or questions? You make this information very easy to understand and digestible. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Madam President, do we need a motion to accept
Yes.
this? I'll make a motion to accept the
Second.
2022-23 second internal report as presented.
Second.
Any additional questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
We thank you for your support.
Granted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Wall.
And Madam President, for your listening pleasure,
Uh-huh.
I'll make a motion to,
One second, please.
Yeah.
Tracy, with that one correction in the minutes, do we approve the minutes anyway? Or can we correct it and then approve it?
We could correct it and approve it, or I could just put an amendment on the next agenda.
Would it be easier just to correct it now?
Yeah.
I can't remember the number.
9.4.
What?
9.4.
9.4. It said that we had approved the mental health volunteers, but we did not.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah,
what
she
it
had,
was.
yeah, we
I know.
adopted the agenda with pulling it, but then I never took it out of the consent on my minutes.
Yeah.
all right,
So-
I can handle
so-
that. I can handle that in that,
Okay.
Equal.
with 9.4.
Yeah.
Okay, so, for your listening pleasure, I'll make a motion to approve items 7.1 through 11.2 with an amendment to 9.4.
No, with the,
With
the minutes, 9.4, the minutes from last.
Right, with,
No, it's not this 9.4, it's item 9.4 inside those minutes.
Minutes.
okay, the minutes
Yes.
of 9.4 with the amendment as moved for approval.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, may I please have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned at 10:18 PM.
Good job, thank you.